All right, I'm here in the building. How are you? Good morning. Good Sunday morning. I'm in sunny Los Angeles. Sun's finally out, and I is here. So, how are y'all doing? I'm sorry I'm a little late. I was on another live stream, and then I forgot I'm doing a live stream today, so I had to come out here and had to get myself ready. Anyway, good morning to y'all. Glad to see y'all here. I had a guest that's supposed to show up. I might have to postpone him. I haven't heard back from him yet. I've tried to reach out to him. I haven't heard from him yet. So, he might, we might have to postpone that. And I'll just do a question and answer type of situation later on today. Anyway, so let me go ahead and do something like this here. Good morning to all of y'all. Let me change one of the let me change make a new banner here so that we can get to the root of the situation here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, so you guys know how we do it. Sister Inya, listening in. I'm glad you're listening in. Thank you, Sister Inya. Peace to you and good morning to you. Um, let's see. We're gonna move on down the line here. Y'all know how we do it, so let's get it going. Coming up, the news, the hit parade, the Black History Minute, your money, etc. Oh, Sister Inya, you know what? The question you asked me about how God speaks, I'll answer that in this live stream for you. Um, but we got to get through the business part of this situation first. So let's get to the news, y'all. Let's get to the news. Uh, let's see. Amazon, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart among retailers limiting at-home COVID-19 test purchases, with C-19 cases on the rise across the U.S. At-home testing kits are becoming a hot commodity. Ouch. In some cases, the demand is so high that certain retailers are placing purchase limitations on the number of tests people can purchase. Over-the-counter tests in high demand right now include Abbott, Benix Now, Acon FlowFlex, QDo, QuickView, Illume, and Pixel by LabCorp tests. As cases and demand for testing surges, here are the retailers that are capping the number of tests available for purchase. Amazon said it's experienced shortages of the C-19 tests due to strong demand, as the spokesperson said that the company is limited to the number of purchases for its own Amazon C-19 test collection kit to 10 per shopper. We're working hard to secure the C-19 test inventory available for our selling partners, the spokesman said. In regards to third-party sellers, Amazon is allowing them to set their own product quantity limits for their tests available on Amazon. CVS Pharmacy is said to make sure it has enough stock of the different at-home tests. It faces a surge in demand. The chain said it's limiting purchases to 6 tests per person in order to ensure broader access. Due to a recent surge in demand and to retain community-based access to tests in our stores, there may be temporary out of stocks for these products on CVS.com. A CVS spokesperson told FN in a statement, "We're committed to providing families with protection and peace of mind during the holidays, and we continue to offer access to lab-based testing with results available in 1 to 2 days, or rapid C-19 testing at more than 4,800 CVS pharmacy locations." Walmart has said while its inventory of C-19 tests is stronger in store, it's facing more limited inventory online. As such, Walmart is limiting purchases of these tests to 8 testing kits per online order to help testing available to more people. We have not placed limits nationally for in-store purchases. However, each store may not set its own limits based on local inventory, a Walmart person said. Walgreens. Walgreens has implemented a 4-item purchase limit on at-home C19 tests, which is effective online and in stores. Some stores may experience a temporary shortage in rapid over-the-counter testing solutions, Walgreens wrote in an online statement. Ouch, 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 ouch. Well, for you guys that are doing C19 tests at home, it's starting to rack up. People are starting to buy that stuff. Remember, like they did toilet paper? They started buying all this toilet paper, and it just got really ridiculous. Well, now it's getting even more ridiculous with these C19 tests. But there are some. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't get the folk, but at least you should be able to test yourself. You should at least get tested and know what your status is. Then you make the good decision to decide what you want to do with your situation. Sister OG Patrice, citations and thank you. I appreciate you, Sister Patrice, as always. Glad to see you in the building. Glad to see you in the building. We're just doing the news now. Now we're gonna go on to the hit parade. Let us go to the hit parade. Bam! There we go. Bang! Chris Noth loses role in CBS series as SEX and the City co-stars respond to SEX assault allegations. Holy smokes. Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Christian Davis issued joint statement in support of the alleged victims. Chris Noth poses direct on the carpet. Oh, okay, that's just a picture. Universal Television and CBS made a joint announcement Monday that Noth would no longer be part of filming effectively. Holy smokes. Also on Monday, Noth, Sex, and the City co-stars Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Christian Davis issued a joint statement on social media saying they were saddened by the allegations against Noth and supported the accusers. We support the women who have come forward and shared their painful experiences, said the statement signed by the three co-stars. We know that it must be very difficult to do so, and we commend them for it. Noth played a former CIA director on The Equalizer, which stars Queen Latifah. He will appear in at least one upcoming episode. Holy smoke it. In October 2019, two women filed a civil suit against the Pineapple Express star, accusing him of exploiting aspiring actors at his now defunct school. Oh boy. And duping young women into shooting explicit sex scenes. How? Ouch. Franco said he developed a sex addiction after being an addiction at a young age. Oh, I think this is two different stories. Talking about James Franco. James Franco is the one that got caught up. James Franco said he developed a sex addiction after he became sober from an alcohol addiction he developed at a young age. Powerful drug, he said, referring to sex. I got hooked 20 more years. This insidious part of that, I stayed sober from alcohol at that time. Franco co-hosted the Oscars ceremony in 2011 and was nominated that year for his performance. The actor agreed to pay $2.2 million to settle the 2019 civil suit, according to documents filed in Superior Court. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. See, I'm telling you guys, Brother Clarence, why do you keep doing these hit parades? Because you guys need to know that, hey, you are out there and it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game out there. OG Patrice, wait, what happened on Sex and the City with Chris Noth? Oh, Chris Noth, he lost his role on the Sex and the City, I guess, or on the Equalizer. That now, because I think they were shooting both, right? And then he was on Sex and the City, the reboot they were doing with that. And they kicked him out of that because he had an acting school, I guess, that women were going to his acting school, and he was saying, well, now you got to do this role, you got to do this, let's practice these sex scenes and everything. And he was just, the casting couch game. But I'm trying to tell you guys, the casting couch game is over. This is for you men out there. The casting couch game is over. You cannot do that no more. You got to not be able to. You can't do that no more, man. You're gonna have to learn how to just not. Hey, it's not like the same old thing where you would do something to a woman and a woman would just say, take it on the chin and say you're a hole, and they would slap you in the face and walk away. Now, bro, they'll bring your whole empire down 10 years later. So it doesn't pay to be like that no more. It didn't pay back then. I'm not saying it was right back then, but the consequences weren't as severe. Consequences are very severe today. Brother Be Easy, how you doing, Brother Be Easy? Hope everything is well. Happy holidays, bro. Happy holidays to you too, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's my dude, Brother Be Easy. Yeah, Sister Patrice. Wow. Yeah, man. It's an ugly situation out here. And I'm trying to teach these guys to listen, man. You cannot play games no more. Take it from somebody who made every mistake in the book. You cannot be out here playing games no more. You cannot be out here playing no games. If you try to come out here and play games, and nowadays in today's marketplace, you're gonna get yourself caught up real quick. All right, let's move on, y'all, because we got a lot to get to. I might have to just do a question and answer. And I see that my guest has not arrived yet. I told him to be here at a certain time. He's not here. I tried to contact him. I'm not able to contact him, so we might have to switch things up a little bit. Let's see. Another one. Let's see. You know what? We're going to move on from there. Moving on. That was the hit parade. Let's go on to the Black History Minute. The Black History Minute. Oh man, I messed up. It is not, John. That was from last week. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me put up the person that we are talking about here. Okay, that should be who we talking about now. Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. Do y'all know who was the person that wouldn't get off the bus and give their seat? Who was the first person who wouldn't get off the bus and give their seat? Do y'all know who that is? Rosa Parks, Brother Clarence? No. It was not Rosa Parks. The first woman that wouldn't give up her seat was a teenager named Claudette Colvin. So I'm gonna get into that right now. Let me do some of these chats real quick. Brother Be Easy. North has 5 accusers now. Oh man, it's looking ugly. It's looking ugly, brother. And it's not. It doesn't get no better. And the cold part about when you get caught up on a hit parade, they just start dogpiling on you, man. The dog pile starts, and then next thing you know, it's 1, it's 2, it's 5. It's like Chris Cuomo, man. Chris Cuomo. Everybody's coming out of everywhere now to jump on that dog pile on him and his brother. It's an ugly situation, man. But hey, we live in a new day, man. You can't do that Bill Cosby stuff no more, man. Brother Be Easy, me too, in full effect. You know what I'm saying? You got to just watch what you're doing, watch how you're approaching people, watch everything that you're doing so that you can get yourself, you know what I mean? You don't want to offend nobody, you know what I mean? Back in the day, we didn't even know we was offending people, man. We didn't even know we was, coming at people crazy. But now, it's thank you to the Me Too movement to let us all know as men, when you stepping over the line. Now got no excuse, man, to be going out there now. Sister Wana, as always, peace. Brother Clarence, what are we talking about today? I was gonna have a guest who's a trucker who was gonna talk about the I-70 situation, but I don't think he's gonna show up today. So we just probably gonna be doing a question and answer. We just gonna freestyle it today. Maybe just do some question and answer because Sister Inya asked me a question about a week ago, and I'm gonna try to address that today. And then y'all could just ask questions, and I'll try to answer it. So stick around, Sister Wana, because I might need somebody around to push back. You and OG Patrice be around to push back on a lot of stuff. I might say. Brother B Easy, Rosa Parks was staged. Maybe so, brother. I don't know. I can't answer that question in full detail. It was Sister OG Patrice, right, brother Clarence. It wasn't Rosa Parks. God bless the dead. Yeah. I mean, we appreciate anybody's sacrifice to try to help us, but it was not OG. I mean, it was not OG. It was not Rosa Parks. Was not the first one. It definitely was not the first one. Sister OG Patrice, the Cash Couch has been detrimental to Hollywood for decades. Yeah, but that's just how they roll, Sister Patrice. That's how they roll. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have no consequences for what they was doing, and it was all good. It was all good. I used to deliver scripts out in Hollywood, and I'd knock on the door and I'd hear them in there. You know what I'm saying? Especially when we were delivering scripts of all types. I mean, they have a thing called the breakdown, and the breakdown is where the directors can put their scripts in there and give it to the breakdown. And the breakdown, what they would do is they would send it out to different directors or producers in that particular genre. So we did everything. We did prawn, we did regular stuff, we did all kind of stuff. So I would go to the door and hear all kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because I would start my route at 6 in the morning, go all the way up through Beverly Hills, all the way up and back down through Hollywood. You know what I mean? It was an ugly situation, but that's how they did it. I mean, it was just accepted at that time. You know what I mean? Just like the way Bill Cosby got caught up, it was just accepted. That's just the way they did it back then. But now they look at it, they say, "Oh no, that's not the way we do it." Brother B Easy, it was 2 other women. Yeah, it was 2 other women. It's ugly. It's ugly. See, the dog pile start, man. Once the dog pile get out there on you, and they know you got any amount of money, they're gonna start dogpiling on top of you. Them lawyers gonna start dogpiling on top of you. And what you don't, the one you don't want to see is Gloria Allred, man. Once you see her, you know, man, they're gonna dig in your pockets. Sister Wano, I got you, bro, Clarence. No echo chambers over here. No. It's all love, but good conversation. Good conversation. Brother Be Easy, the Truth Chamber. Gaudette Galvin and Mary Louise Smith. Thank you. It's actually Claudette Colvin, but thank you very much. I appreciate you, Brother Easy. Rosa Parks was a long time in NCAAP activist. Maybe so. But we're gonna rep whoever took an arrow for us. We're gonna rep them. You know what I'm saying? So we rep her, even though it might have been a staged arrow, but she took that arrow. We're gonna rep her. OG Patrice, look at what the Cash Cow did to Liza. I think Liza Minnelli, she was just a kid though, unacceptable. Oh man, Shirley Temple, all of them got pimped out, dogged out. What's that other chick's name? Not Liza Minnelli's mother. That she really got ran through. But that's neither here nor there. Brother Trey, what's up, fam? You got it, man. Stay tuned, buckle up, man, because we're going to go through this stuff real tough like. Brother B Easy, you know me, man. I'm going to drop the link after I get done with this business, man, and then we'll start asking questions, okay? Promise you that. Promise you. Hang on. Hang tight. Okay, let me get back to what I was talking about. Okay. Claudette Colvin. Okay. When Claudette Colvin's high school in Montgomery, Alabama, observed Negro History Week in 1955, the 15-year-old had no way of knowing how the stories of Black freedom fighters would soon impact her life. I knew I had to do something, so later she told to USA Today. I just didn't know where or when. Colvin got a chance on March 2nd, 1955, when she boarded a bus in downtown Montgomery. She and 3 other Black students were told to give up their seats for a white woman. Colvin emboldened her history lessons and refused. My head was just too full of Black history, she stated in an interview with NPR. It sounded like Sojourner Truth was on one side pushing me down and Harriet Tubman was on the other side pushing me down. I couldn't get up. Colvin was arrested and eventually put in indefinite probation. How do you have indefinite probation? Holy smokes. Colvin Though Colvin's courageous act occurred 9 months before Rosa Parks, 9 months before Rosa Parks, similar protests, the NAACP chose to use the 42-year-old civil rights activist as the public face of the Montgomery bus boycott, as they believed an unwed mother, Colvin, became pregnant when she was 16, would not be the best face for the movement. Did you guys know that? Yeah, I don't think you guys knew that. I didn't know that. Colvin felt slighted, but later joined 3 other women. Mary Louise Smith, you was right on that, Brother B. Easy. Aurelia Browder, and Susie McDonald as plaintiffs in Browder versus Gale, the case that ultimately overturned bus segregation in Alabama. Colvin rarely talked about her heroic actions into the 1990s. I'd like my grandchildren, she said, to be able to see that their grandmother stood up for something a long time ago. Now, y'all know you know how we do it here. We push Black history. So, don't just take my word for it. Go dig that. Something you guys could talk about at the water cooler tomorrow morning, right? Let's move on to our job of the week, because I know y'all want me to get the link out, and I'm going to get it out there. Let me hit some of these chats real quick. Brother D, good day. Let's talk the Better Black Life podcast. Peace, chat, and family. Peace to you, Brother D. Appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? Good to have you aboard for the ride. Also, the OGP, Julie Garland was the name I think I was talking about. Church. There you go. Yes, Julie Garland and Shirley Temple. Man, they got done up. They got done up by that casting couch. But it is what it is. And Shirley Temple couldn't even, man, I mean, she was so messed up by the time she hit her teens and 20s. She couldn't even get nothing going on no more. Sister Wanda, great. Get those likes up. Thank you, Sister Wanda. Appreciate you. Brother Be Easy That Do, and Janetta Reese was a defendant in Browder versus Gale also. Thank you, my brother. See, that's what I want. I want us to just share information with each other so that we can go around and talk about it and inspire our youngsters to, not necessarily do something crazy, but just do something in unity that can get things done. In unity, they can get things done. All right, y'all, let's go to the job of the week. Let's see what I got for the job of the week, y'all. Let's see. Oh, man, it's not a nuclear engineer today. I think it's a, what is it? I think, oh, no, you know what it is? This week, it's the steps to get a job, steps to get a career, steps in getting a career, a STEM career. Y'all know what STEM is? STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. Our children are very underrepresented in that category of employment. Those categories, we need to step our game up. So I'm always putting out a STEM job of the week. But this time, we're not talking about a particular job. We're going to talk about just being involved in a STEM career. Number one, there's 8 steps to try to get a STEM career. Number one, take lots of STEM classes and do well in them. High school STEM classes can be a bit limited compared to others offered by colleges, but you will likely still have a decent array of options. Here are some possible STEM classes you could take in high school depending on what your school offers: agriculture, app development, astronomy, botany, computer math, computer programming, computer repair, earth science, environmental science, geology, marine biology, oceanography, statistics, web design, web programming, and zoology. Man, here's a list of AP classes and exams that focus on STEM topics: AP Biology, AP Chemistry, AP Environmental Science, AP Physics 1, AP Physics 2, AP Physics C, Electricity and Magnetism, AP Physics C, Mechanics, AP Calculus, AP Calculus BC, AP Computer Science A, Computer Science Principles, AP Statistics. Remember, it's not just about exposing yourself to STEM topics or taking as many STEM classes as possible. You should also work hard to earn good grades in STEM classes, in all your classes, really, so you can ultimately get into a great college. Come on, y'all, give me a few more minutes. I promise you, I'm gonna put the link out. Start thinking about your interests. As you take STEM classes throughout high school, spend some time thinking hard about which topics you like more than others and which you could see yourself studying in college and using as a future career. Step 3, ace the SAT and ACT math and science sections. Getting into top college is not just about having a good GPA and taking lots of difficult classes, but also getting an impressive SAT and ACT score. So they have a lot of. I noticed when I went to a library, they have a lot of. Bookstores. They have a lot of different books on how you can study for the SAT and the ACT. You need to get on that. Get these children on that. Step 4: apply for college. Apply to colleges with a program for your STEM field. Pretty simple. And by the beginning of your senior year of high school, you should start having a pretty clear idea of what STEM field you most likely and would like to study further. Step 5, consider what kind of STEM career you want. Colleges offer lots of freedom in terms of classes you can choose, so use this time to think more wisely about what kinds of STEM jobs you might be interested in. Step 6, declare a major. If you have not already done so, start thinking about what your STEM major will be and make an official declaration when you're sure and it's what you want to study and what you want to have a career in. Man, oh man, oh man, we're almost done, y'all. Hold on tight. We're almost done. Let's see, number 7. Accumulate professional experience. Try to take advantage of your summers off by doing a STEM-oriented internship, working a part-time STEM job, or conducting research. Holy smoke. Remember that working STEM jobs, even if they only last one summer, can lead to some amazing opportunities for networking, which you can take advantage of later when you apply for jobs. Holy smokes. Step 8. Look for STEM jobs. As you enter your final year of college, it's time to start actively applying to STEM jobs or STEM grad programs, depending on what your need in advance, whether your need in advanced degree in your field. Holy smokes. Okay, and then we got some resources that you can use to go and get some STEM jobs, right? So what are we gonna do? We gotta tell these young people that look into the STEM category, especially the young black and brown. They are the most underrepresented in all of these categories, and we should be evenly across if we can do it. It should be race shouldn't be consideration, but right now race is because it's not us. We are definitely underrepresented. So we got to start trying to push our children into the future. How do we push them into the future? We prep them to be in the future. We arm them with this information about the STEM jobs. You see, at McDonald's, there won't even be people in there no more. Now you can order, right? You don't even need to go to the counter anymore for something like that. And that's going to be the standard all the way around in a little while. So, can't count on these little retail mom and pop jobs anymore. We got to prep them for the real world. All right, y'all. Like I said, I had a guest that I was expecting to come through. He has not shown up. So I think we're just gonna do some question and answering, and then we'll talk about that. Sister Patrice, STEM Science Class. Yes, that's definitely what we're doing. Brother Malcolm, poor guy got caught in a world of ish. You right about that. That is a sick situation up there. But, that's why I tell you guys, and I tell the women so the women don't get caught up in it, and I tell the guys so the guys don't think it's not like the old school. When I was coming up, you did something like these kind of things, and, a woman would just slap you, man. Nobody was really taking you to court unless you really did something violent or you did something really egregious. Now, man, they can just anything that you do that a woman could come back and say, well, I didn't agree with that. You can be they can take you across the court with it. So, You need to just be careful at all times. Watch yourself at all times, right? Uh, I had an old not an old, my jujitsu instructor used to tell us, protect yourself at all times. Always protect yourself at all times. We used to say, even here? Yes, even here. Somebody could jump in. He was right. They would jump on us a lot of times, just walking, just going to the bathroom or going out, leaving the building or whatever, right? Just to see if we was ready for somebody jumping on us. Sister Wanda, my question is, wasn't there black-owned buses and taxis and hotels during the Montgomery bus boycott? Yes, yes, there were, and unfortunately, that was the strategy to get us to walk away from our own businesses. The money that we were shuffling into our own businesses, that was the money that, you know, those kind of white folks was like, well, hey, you know what? You guys got that kind of money? Shuffle it. You bring it down here, right? You guys making black millionaires down there. You guys could be making some white millionaires up here, right? But that's just the nature of business. That's how business goes. That's how capitalism works. Um, Sister Wanda, Dr. Claude Anderson said we have our own stuff, but marching in integration was the wrong move. The way we did it was really not good. It should have been, the way we should have done it was not like dropped everything and ran over there. We should have built up our own things and then we trade with each other, just like the Europeans do. The Europeans, they didn't just, you don't see everybody in Rome drop everything they're doing because they trading with the Egyptians, right? And everybody in Egypt drop everything what they doing and then trade with the Rome. They kept their same situation, but they was able to trade with each other. We didn't do that. We just dropped everything, right? We wanted, because we followed the the teachings of Martin Luther King at the time. At the time, his teaching, and he was getting, just like a politician, he was getting backed up by major investors to teach this whole, we shall overcome situation instead of we shall come together in the right way. But we're gonna get to that later. I can see that that's the way the discussion is going today. Sister OG Patrice, yes, Brother Clarence, getting the word out, encouraging the youth to get certified STEM programs, start production careers in these fields. The youngins are the future. Yeah, Sister Patrice, that's why I do this every Sunday. Every Sunday you will find the Black History Minute. You'll find the Hit Parade. You'll find news, and you will find that job of the week, because we will try to put that stuff out there, because I don't care if they look at this 20 years from now, they will be able to get something out of it. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what you supporting when you come over here. You supporting the youth of the future, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put these men and women, especially the black ones. Well, we help anybody, but I mean, we trying to work on who's on their death, who's in the worst condition, which is us right now. We can get us out of the worst condition. Then we can start, putting a broad program out there. But we need some special assistance, and that's what we're trying to do here. Wanda Washington, Sister Wanda, they no longer need physical bodies. It's tech all the way around. Move forward. Yeah. It's coming everywhere. And if we can't see it and we ain't adjusting to it, we're gonna lose out. We're gonna lose out. It's just like when the Africans, when they was trying to fight their enemies, and they would not get involved with gunpowder. They would not research the gunpowder. They saw gunpowder, they call it thunder sticks, right? But they didn't never research it and go and try to research further, because they felt like, hey, it's about honor. You know what I'm saying? But the Caucasian does not fight about honor. The Caucasian will fight with strategy. Forget honor, right? They fight with strategy. So, you know what I'm saying? So that gives them a better leg up when they fight with strategy. So we have to get with the strategy. So now we got to take that situation and apply it to this situation and say, okay, if strategy is going to work, then we have to meet our the people that's doing better than us. We got to meet them with strategy. We're gonna catch them with strategy. We can't catch them, using, or we're gonna be honorable about this thing. We're gonna wait till people come to us to teach us STEM. No, it's not gonna happen. We got to go out there and get it. We got to go out there and get it. All right, y'all. So we're gonna put the link out, and we're gonna have a little conversation. We're gonna see what we can talk about. We're gonna just answer some questions. We're gonna do some question and answering. And first, Sister Enya asked me a question, so I'm going to jump on that question. So the question Sister Enya asked me, she asked me a question about God speaking. Does God speak? And I know, Sister Enya, you asked me that you told me I didn't have to do it on live stream, but I'm here now. It's on my mind now, so I'm just going to do it. Does God speak to you in English? Does God speak to you in English? Right? And so my answer was no. God does not speak to you in English. Right? Hold on, Sister Patrice. I'll bring you up in just a second. God does not speak to you in English. This is my philosophy. No, Sister Patrice may come up here and say something totally different. So, and she's welcome to do so. But I'm just going to tell you my opinion. God speaks to you through vibrations. Remember, I said that's at the end of vibrations that we interpret in English. We interpret those vibrations into English. Okay, I got Sister Wanda. She probably might push back on me too, but I love both of them, so it's okay. So anyway, I'll hold on, you guys. I'm gonna bring you up in just a second. I'm gonna finish explaining this. God, because if God had to speak in all these different languages, He doesn't have to do that. He's much more efficient than we are. He uses a vibratory rate in the language of mathematics to contact all of us, and then our bodies are able to interpret those vibrations as a positive or a negative message, and then we can align it with whatever issue that we may have, or where we may need assistance in developing a train of thought about how to deal with it. I hope I explained that pretty good. if not, you guys come on, push back on me. But today is question and answer, and we just gonna answer questions and talk about it. Sister OG Patrice, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me, Bro Crowns?
I can hear you. Let me also bring on Sister Wanda. Sister Wanda, are you here? Sister Wanda may be.
How are you? I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Since Sister OG Patrice got here first, let me ask her, is there anything she wants to discuss, or anything she has pushback on anything I was saying, or to add to it, or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I want to say a hello and salute to you and to Sister Joanna. Happy Sunday. I hope everyone enjoyed their weekend. Shout out to your chat as well. And I hope everybody enjoyed those that celebrate the holiday weekend with family, friends, food, fun, and lots of love. I don't celebrate the holidays any longer, but I hope everybody else enjoyed.
Right on.
All right. So I didn't hear your question. What you was saying, something about on the end.
Well, what I was saying was
your last statement.
You repeat it?
Yeah, please. I didn't hear that.
Okay. So a couple days ago, Sister Enya asked me a question. She said, brother, you was talking about how God does not speak to you in English. Like for example, you would talk to somebody and they say, yeah, God told me to do this, or God told me to do that, right? And but I was saying, I was saying that God doesn't particularly speak in a particular language, like English. You're not gonna hear His voice in English. What it's gonna be is more of a vibratory response to what you're feeling, and then you're gonna be able to translate that into what's necessary for you to make sure you do what you need to do. That's what I was saying. So you have anything?
Oh, okay. Well, first, can I address some of the other subjects you were talking about earlier when you first came on?
Anything you want.
Okay, because I wanted to talk about when you were talking about the the trucking situation and the things that's going on with Walmart and all the food shortages and limitations. I mean, listen, because I'm out here in Arizona and I know for sure that these grocery stores have limitations on the water, you know, how many waters you can get. There are shortages of certain foods and especially certain meats, and the prices has just skyrocketed on a lot of things. But and a lot of things that, you know, when I'm going to the grocery stores for certain meats and they saying it's on back order, like I've been waiting on some freaking turkey wings for over a month. And I'm just upset because every store here in Arizona I went to, they do not have them. It's on back order. And I know it has to do with the shortage. And you know, with the transportation, you know, trucking companies and everything. So I, you know, would just want to encourage our people, you know, because, you know, they're predicting, you know, a certain amount of shutdowns again. And I think New York has already shut down to some extent as well on a lot of things. So just to, you know, for us to, so we won't have to be rushing and running like we did before and you know, knocking people down and you know, and just being crazy in the stores, to just start, you know, stacking up on your things slowly but surely as you can, much as you can now, especially your toiletries, your non-perishable foods, your bottled waters, and first aid kit, you know, things like that. It's just better to be ready than to have to get ready.
Right.
Basically, because you know, we are always the last people to always get ready or be ready on things, and then we're scuffling around, you know, trying to figure stuff out, trying to, you know, and we got to get out of that mindset of that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that. And then, you know, as a person that has been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, you know, I'm like you, bro, Clarence. I've seen a lot. I've been around a lot of things, so I know how that go down. You know, I know that, you know, if I'd have gave in to a lot of situations, my career probably would have, you know, been a lot more successful. But I don't subscribe to that type of I just don't get out like that, you know. And I know that in Hollywood that there are a lot of situations even right today that is going on. And I think with the exposure of a lot of these people, a lot of them are, you know, kind of being quiet and not and really hoping that they don't be next, because it's a lot of people and a lot of things that y'all have no idea that these people subscribe to a whole nother listen. That's all I gotta say about that. But I'm very surprised but not surprised to hear about Chris North. I mean, I really liked his work on Sex and the City and some other things that I saw him on. So it's like, you know, the more you hear in these situations, it's like we really didn't realize how bad it was. Like, it's really bad. And I think you know, a lot of us are becoming shell shocked because it's people that we admired and liked so much as far as their careers in the body of work that they did, you know, in the entertainment. So it's just kind of shocking, but not shocking to hear that about Chris North. But yeah, and then the whole Rosa Parks, you know, Claudia Colvin, and I'm not even sure, and that's why it's so important to know our history, because I'm almost sure, I can guarantee you, a lot of the younger generation don't know a lot of that part of the history, and I think a lot of them don't even care to know. They have this very a lot of them, you know, not all of them, but a vast amount of them have a very nonchalant attitude about it and don't feel that it's important. But if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And I think that it's on, the onus is on us now, because they are not teaching these things in school. We didn't learn a lot of these things until later in life. So you really have to have the conversations with your children and kind of instill in them early on, you know, in your homes, because they're not just even teaching even a lot of our Black history in the schools. So the onus is just basically going to be on us to do that. But yeah, I think the whole Rosa Park Claudette thing, I think a lot of the younger generation don't even know that Rosa Parks wasn't really indeed the first one that just but I knew about the whole situation with her being a teen mom, and that's the reason why they didn't choose her to be the face of the civil rights movement. I did know that. But yeah, I think that that's a lot of history that you know, of our history, which is American history still. You know, it's a big part of American history. I think it's important that a lot of our children should know it, to those that choose to teach, you know, our history to their children. And now up until this your final one, I would say on that, and I think it's to each his own, right, on how they believe or how their spirituality is. You know, I know that for me, I believe that the creator, our creator, speak to us in various forms. I don't necessarily believe it's a particular language all the time. Like we're speaking English language right now. I don't believe that it's in only in that form. I think it's in things that he show us. I think it's spiritual realms, like supernatural spiritual realms. I believe he speaks to us in, I believe, in dreams and visions. He speaks to us in. So those are some of the things that I believe in, the forms of in which way my creator speaks to me anyway. I can only speak from my personal experience. I know it's just not a form of a communication of talking. I've had dreams, I've had visions. So for me, those are forms for me that I think God has definitely spoken to me in my life.
All right, Sister Patrice, thank you so much. So what we're going to do is, since we got so many people on the platform, we're going to cut it down to the 5-minute rule so that everybody can have a chance to talk, and we can talk to each other, and you know, we can have time to rebut each other, because it might be somebody on the panel that got a little pushback for you or me or whoever. So we're gonna cut it down to the 5-minute rule. All right.
Everybody all right. Good? Sounds good.
All right. Sister Juana, you are next. What say you about anything we've been talking about?
Good afternoon, Brother Clarence, and to the panel, Sister OG Patrice, and to the chat. It's a wonderful Sunday. And I once again, let me reiterate, Brother Clarence, bravo on you for instituting time limits, because, you know, we all have something to say.
Yeah,
we all like our voices to be heard, and I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that we're all going to get an opportunity, and let's keep our opinions and our thought processes, you know, a little shorter. With that being said, I find it interesting about that Rosa Parks issue and the Claudette. What's her last name again?
Colvin, Colvin,
Colvin. I find that very interesting. Not for the same reasons that it might be brought up. Yes, the Claudette woman was a single mother, a husband during that time, which was a very no situation. But although hindsight is 2020, look back on it now, I wonder from the chat and the panel, what do you think about the fact that it mattered not who was a married woman or a single parenting mother? Because we know now, just by what you've reiterated in your commentary, that so-called Black people had their own bus lines and taxis and restaurants and other businesses, and they've used the powers that be used Martin Luther King and his poor people's movement to get us away from what we would consider our own, you know, businesses and successes, to participate in the other sector of the market that really didn't I don't think it really turned out the way we wanted it to. And that's the more conversation that I like to hear about. you know, the expectation that things would be better for Black people once we got into integration, and the outcomes. And now it's about supporting Black-owned Black businesses, but you know, there's reasons for and against for not doing that. You know, I get it. So I'm gonna take my response off the air, and let's chat it up. Thank you, Brother Clarence. Thank you.
Okay. Don't go nowhere, Sister Wanda. Don't go nowhere. All right. Brother, be easy. Got something to say, man, on the subject?
Yeah, I didn't tune in until you start talking about the whole Rosa Parks thing. So I just wanted to say it's important that we actually have as close to accurate information as possible, right? And context too. So while Rosa Parks should be celebrated, most people don't know that there was an actual back of the bus policy, and Rosa Parks, you know, the theatrics may have brought light to the situation, but in the case Browder versus Gale, the four defendants, Rosa Parks wasn't one of those four. You know what I'm
Right.
trying to say? So it
Right.
was Aurelia Browder, Susie McDonald, Mary Louise Smith, and Janetta Reese.
Right.
So they are the ones who were actually responsible for getting that back of the bus policy overturned. But how many people even know those names? And you were right about the Miss Colvin, and you know, like I said, it went all back to the political theatrics and the agenda of it. Now it should be celebrated, but it was all calculated. The fact that, oh man, she's a single mother, this is not going to look right. So
Right.
they and that's why I said it was staged. I don't do with all of the information that's just been presented. It's kind of hard to refute that she was an NAACP activist, and then they were back behind her, pushing it, drumming it. It almost was like a Black Lives Matter moment during that time. You know what I'm saying? Like it needed to be addressed, but if people don't want to know the history and they want to represent Rosa Parks and celebrate her when she should be celebrated, how are you not going to celebrate these four women who actually got legislation changed? That's ultimately what it's about. We've been marching and protesting for years. If it don't result in anything tangible or any type of change legislatively, then it's just all political and social theatrics and virtual signaling. And I don't care for symbolic gestures. So you know what I'm saying? I got some more to say, but we could keep it moving now.
Okay, we're gonna keep passing the ball around. Okay, so right now we're talking about the bus movement. Um, Let me ask y'all a question and y'all answer it. Do y'all think, and everybody want to get a chance to answer the question, do y'all think that do you think that uh, integration in the long run helped us, hurt us, or what, and why? And I'm gonna start with you, OG Patrice. What do you think?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm struggle streaming a little bit, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
Um, my personal opinion, yeah, I think that that integration hurted us more than it helped us, and I think that here's why. And I realize now, looking back on some of the old civil rights movement videotapes, the speeches of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and him even realizing right before his death that he made a big mistake. He started leaning more towards he realizing that he had integrated his people into a burning hell. He spoke about that. And I think his speech, the I Have a Dream, is not as powerful as the Two Americans. If anyone know the speech about the Two Americas, is where he absolutely was backpedaling and regretted everything that he had taught about wanting us to be, integrated and the equality. I think he realized uh, uh, a few days before his death that was not going to happen, and realizing the two Americas that had bamboozled him and all of us, that and having us into thinking that the whole integration situation will be a benefit to Black people, and it just wasn't, and it's still prevalent today. I mean, it's still a lot of systemic racism now from even back then up until now. That's still some of the same things that he protest and talked about is still going on right to this day, where a lot of Black people are denied a lot of things on a major scale. And I think when people think that the small minority percentage of people that may make it or may have some form of wealth or equality, I think that they think that, yeah, we made it. But no, actually we didn't, because when you look at the percentages of 13% population and only 1.2% have wealth in that, there is no equality in that. When you look at our white counterparts and our Black counterpart households, and knowing that our Black counterpart households is $840,000 less than the average white house counterpart households, there is no equality there. There was no equal playing, and integration didn't help that, because the same systemic racism that existed then still exists to this day. So I absolutely would say that no, integration was not a great idea. And I think that Martin Luther King realized that too. And I would encourage anyone to listen to his speech about the two Americas.
All right. Thank you, Sister Patrice. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Sister Juana, same question to you. Do you think that integration was a help or a hurt or whatever, and why?
Thank you. And let me piggyback on Sister OG Patrice. I do not agree that it was a great help in the financial sector of things in our lives. Because I believe we all are one people. It was a help that, as far as integration, that we got closer to the so-called opposite race or other races of people, doing business with them, going to school with them, going to church with them, going to whatever with them, experiencing things that a lot of so-called Black people didn't really experience during segregation. But as far as the financial economic part of it, I wholeheartedly agree that it was not an economic stronghold for us to integrate. With that being said, integration and segregation, Martin Luther King did realize, that we could have been separate and still build up the so-called Black community and still operate in a global economy, because like OG Patrice reiterated, we're 12 to 14% of the population. Now, understanding that mathematically, we can't just isolate ourselves completely on our own on a global macro system or mindset, thinking that we're all going to benefit. And that type of situation where we're only 12 to 14% of population and only a few percentage of those are going to be in business for themselves. The system is designed to understand human nature. Someone's going to be on the bottom. Scripture teaches that the poor, Jesus said, the poor will always be with us. But can it be a fair economic floor? Can it be a floor where if you wanted to do more, if you had a great idea, can you build upon that? But even within a completely almost isolated community of Black people, there's still going to be a hierarchy, so to speak, Brother Clarence, is what I'm trying to say. There's still going to be people way at the top, some in the middle, and some at the bottom. There's no way of getting around that. Why? Because we don't operate equally. And that's one of the things that I probably would push back about the equality thing. No one's going to be equal. We can have equal opportunities, but there will be unequal outcomes. We're not going to all go to school and make $1 million. We're not going to all work for a certain company and do very well. But what if anything, the segregation helped was to give other people, equal opportunities to be more and do more for themselves or their family or the community. But I totally agree that economically it wasn't a win, but that might have had something to do also with how we perceived it. I think we perceived that we would have equal outcomes, but that's not the case, and it's almost an impossible economic structure for all 14% of Black people to rise in that scenario. And I'll just let someone else go ahead and go on with that.
All right, thank you, Sister Juana. Brother, be easy. Hard trail to follow, but what say you, brother?
Yeah, I think for most of everything that needed to be said on the integration has been said. I just think you could argue that integration was even worse to the psyche than slavery, because once you did integrate at the time, I think it was, let me see the exact case. I think it was, hold on, Brown versus Board in 1954.
Right.
87% of the population was white, 10% was black at that time. So you're integrating 10% of a population into a already thriving, very prosperous community that don't like you, right? You know, that's not even accounting for the racism. And then it automatically puts blacks in the hierarchy at the bottom. Like you're integrating into the bottom versus when the 10% just stayed together. Yeah, there were a hierarchy among blacks, but amongst blacks that respected and loved each other. You integrating into someone in something that wants nothing to do with you. And it goes also to the white acceptance, right? Like that's why I say most black people subconsciously or consciously are the biggest promoters and perpetuators of white supremacy, because you have to subscribe to it. No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. You see it all the time. Look at the HBCUs, right? Do people rather go to a HBCU or Stanford or Harvard or
Right.
Duke or something like that? And then when they go to the HBCU, most of them don't really be focusing on any meaningful education. They're not focusing on STEM when they go there. They get African American studies, journalism and stuff. Not to disparage any of those things, but like we're at the bottom, and then we're gonna go choose professions that's at the bottom of earnings. Like, does that make any type of sense? And it's also just for like white acceptance. Look, you gotta go to college, you gotta get a degree. What are you going to college for? What degree are you getting? You could argue all of this stuff as a byproduct of integrating people. And I'll tie it into this. Men used to be one to work with their hands and stuff. And now it's just so it's like almost demonized, right? That's
Right.
why that's for real. It's like nobody wants to be a plumber, but even women too. They not hella checking for plumbers, right? They not
Right.
checking for the dude that's climbing and cutting trees and doing all these dirty jobs. Not everybody is meant to go to college, right? I know I talked to you about this before. Dudes used to be in high school trained to be a mechanic, graduate from high school as a mechanic, as a welder, and all this stuff.
Right.
Now, in this society, integration and this feminism and neoliberalism, everybody needs to go to college and get a meaningless degree and then be saddled in debt. We already at the bottom. We don't need no more debt, right? Go, if you're gonna be in debt for like 10,000 to be a mechanic or to be a plumber. Nobody wants to be a plumber, and then that's why it's a supply thing, because there's no truckers. And this really what I want to just segue to. So in terms of the trucking, this is from the CEO of American Truck and Association, said there are at least 80,000 drivers short, a record high. That number may not seem like a high number. That's pretty exponential. The average age of trucker, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 45 years old. The average age of a commercial truck driver, 55 years old.
Wow.
Less than is 7% of women that are truckers. So people, it's a bunch of able-bodied people and I'm not just putting it on the men, because it's only 7% of women. Like, y'all fought to be equal, right? So y'all can drive trucks too. But for the men, they just want to be sitting up and being secretaries, and everybody wants to sit behind the desk. The average age is 45 years old. That means it's a bunch of 20-some-year-olds that they ain't trying to think about trucking. They ain't thinking about plumbing and all this stuff. So you know what I'm saying? Like, you could tie that integration into that too, because when you go in there, you think college is the way. This is the only way to live the American dream. When before, people used to just work with their hands, they used to farm, they used to build.
Right. You're right about that, brother. Be easy. You up against the 5 minute mark though, brother. So, well, let me say this about integration. Well, first let me announce some of these chats first, y'all. Brother Willie Dane, peace to brother Clarence on work. I'm working on a STEM facility in my hood, and you wouldn't believe how they try to prevent me from helping people, which I will not allow. Hey, man, stay on their neck, brother Willie. Stay on their neck. One community. Peace, brother Clarence, OG Chiefs panel chat. One community. One community. I just shared. Brother Clarence, thank you. I saw you did it the other day too. Thank you, brother One. Appreciate you, man. Brother One community. Everyone shared to this for Facebook. If you don't have a community tab on your YouTube, right on. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother One. Thank you so much, man. Yeah. So we're talking about integration and the effects of integration. Brother Daryl, peace, my brother, peace, brother Daryl. Always good to see y'all. Y'all go subscribe to One Community and brother Daryl Uncut with Daryl Long if you haven't already. Go over there and check that out. He's already probably over 100 subscribers already, back on the case already. Anyway, we're talking about integration and the pros and cons of integration, right? And Sister Wanda brought up some pros about how, well, it provided a few more opportunities. Yeah, it did. But I think what most of us are saying about integration as far as a global situation for us as Black people, it wasn't the right move. We should have did it on a trade. We should have built ourselves up, to be able to trade alongside white people instead of only with white people. See, that's what we dropped everything we were doing to go trade with them, and now everything whatever we had to do was connected to them. And if they don't trade with us, now we got a problem, right? Whereas the Egyptians, hey, the Greeks didn't want to trade, cool. They trade with the Romans. The Romans didn't want to trade, cool. They trade with the Germans or whoever was coming down in that way. Whoever they wanted to trade with, they would trade with them. So they wasn't stuck. They didn't drop everything to go be a part of the Roman Empire. You know what I mean? And I think that's what we did on a smaller scale. We just dropped everything. You know what I mean, by boycotting and all of that. We just dropped everything instead of just building up our own business. And then once we're at a similar, we can trade with each other, and it's no problem, right? They can come trade with us, we can come trade with them. It's no problem, and nobody feels like they're getting slighted. But in the situation we're in, I feel like most of us feel like we got slighted because we didn't get everything we should have got. First of all, the government owes. Now, before I open that can, let me ask you guys this question. Does the government have to pay us what they said they was going to pay us, which was 40 acres and a mule? Do they have to should they be held to honor that, or should we just say, forget it, we're going to just come up off our bootstraps and stand up on our own? What do you say?
May I speak to what Brother Be Easy and Sister Joanna said earlier?
I want you to answer my question too, though, Sister Patrice.
And I'm gonna answer your question. I actually agree with both of they points on that stance on the integration situation. And BZ, you absolutely right. It's a lot of our people that have bought into that part of the integration where they rather sit behind office desks and try to appease the very people that is a part of the same system that we have subscribed to. So I agree with that. And a lot of our young Black sisters and brothers, you're right, they are no longer one to really know what it is about working with your hands and an honest day's work, like obviously you were raised to believe, and as I was, because we have fallen into that system. And I want to say shout out to my ex-daughter-in-law, who is a female truck driver. And the reasoning for the shortages is a lot of things of what you just said. So I agree 100% wholeheartedly that we have bought into a system based off of that told us to go and get that degree. We get in major debt, and the debt that we come out with, the debt ratio and more of what the salary is, we'll be paying that debt off for over half of our lifetime, depending on what it is you getting that degree in. So I agree with you 100%. Joanna, sister, I agree with you in a part what you said about what the cost of the integrations. And yes, there's always going to be someone on the lower end, the middle end, and the upper end. That is true. But a true sense of equality all across the board is we are one of the most wealthiest nations in the world, and there is no reason why there should be homelessness in this world. There's no reason why even the poorest of the poor should not still have an equal plane to be able to have a household that sustains the family structure. So that's the equality I was talking about. I do know that, yes, we are not all going to be wealthy. We are not all going to be, business owners. That's a given. But even the lowest people, the lowest earners, the equality there is that they should not be poverty-stricken poor in our communities when we live in a nation where we are one of the richest countries and we contribute trillions of dollars to other countries, but yet we look and see our sisters and brothers homeless, our veterans homeless, mental illness, things of that nature going on. It's just no way. And that is because the very government that governs us is not equal. But I do agree with their stance. Now, when it comes to the government and what they owe, I absolutely believe a debt is a debt. A debt should be paid. I'm all for picking yourself up by your bootstraps, working, getting it from the mud, grinding. I'm all for that. But I'm also for the fact that we had a government that allowed, permitted, sanctioned, and never punished the very people that enslaved us and that built this country. And the debt of the 40 acres and a mule would definitely have been better of an equality for our people to start our own business, own our own land, start our own infrastructure, create our own businesses, been able to have that equal plane of where our white counterparts, we are now in an equal level of playing with the $840,000 household per family. That is equality to me. Because there is no reason why Black, white, Hispanic, Asians, or any other race in this country should be poor, especially the people whose ancestors that built this country. It is a debt, and a debt is a debt, regardless to who's starting a business, who's pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Nobody is sitting waiting on a check, twiddling their fingers. We still out here doing what we got to do, but a debt is a debt.
All right, Sister Patrice, right up against it. All right, Sister Juana, what do you say about all of this stuff? And definitely please answer.
Yes, sir. First, I want to thank Sister OG Patrice for keeping to the time. I appreciate you, sister, because everything you have to say is so valuable. We don't want it to get lost, in a sea of different talking points or anything like that. She's made a lot of great points. And so I'm going to build with the last question you asked first, Brother Clarence, if you don't mind, because I don't want to forget the most important, pertinent things. And that is about the 40 acres and the mules and the debt that Sister OG Patrice so passionately professed that it is owed. I think that if you feel that you are owed a debt, go for it. Go for it. I also feel that and think that if there is a debt to be paid, it will be paid. Um, so I have no doubt about that. But when we're talking about the so-called debt of from when we were or whomever's ancestors were so-called slaves, there were different mechanisms that were in place for the last 60, 70 years to help rectify that situation. And to clarify the term reparations, I wonder, maybe I don't understand it, maybe other people don't understand it, but from what I understand and from what my reading is, that reparations is um, a measure that is given to people who are nations in war against other nations. Now, I know some people say, well, so-called black people were in a war. We're in a revolution. We're in the, well, they were in the Revolutionary War, before I misspeak. And they were also in the Civil War. But when they were in these wars, they were participants of a larger group. They were fighting not as so-called black people. They were fighting in the Civil War. They fought on both sides, actually. They fought for the Union. There were black people who fought for the Union. There were black people who fought for the Confederacy.
Right.
So, but as their own nation, if black could be a nation, blacks have not gone against the United States for anything as a nation, because a nation is a people based on their land and their origins, and black has no origin. The term black has no it is a artificial person that the United States government created, that slave owners created. They also created the term white, but this is not a this is like a straw man situation. This is a status. It's not an actual people. Reparations is for a group of people. The Jewish people got that because they proclaimed themselves as a nation, and they filled out paperwork to say that we are a nation. Different indigenous tribes, we call them American Indians. All those people came together to name themselves a nation. They didn't say give reparations to the red man. No, they gave reparations to different indigenous nations. They had a title. Unfortunately, my friends, black and white is not a nation. Those are statuses within the legal terms of what United States says it is, and by us all abiding by their definitions, we go along with that. But if you go along with black, you're automatically saying that you are not a nation, that you are what you call a non-descendable person. You are a stateless person within a culture. You are placing yourself automatically in a subculture. With that being said, people in subculture type groups don't get those type of reparations. And the other thing about the integration, I completely agree. It's like they dangled a carrot in so-called black people's faces and said, take all your percentage of wealth and integrate it into this big conglomerate group of wealth and see how you do. Martin Luther King said, you know, we shall overcome, and about the mountaintop, but he didn't make himself clear when he said that if we integrate, now we're supposed to compete. He told the story almost as if we integrate and then we're now at the promised land. No, integrating with so-called white people and their businesses and their culture that they've built up for hundreds of years is not going to necessarily free us economically. It actually put more chains on us. But you know, it's easy to go back and say what was done, but I do agree with the question that you know, the 40 acres and a mule is something that is a debt, should be paid. If there is a debt, I agree that it should be paid. Unfortunately, because we were not a nation advertising, advocating for this. That is the hindrance to why it has not been paid, so to speak. And I'll let the gentleman go ahead after me. Thank you.
You're a little over it, as a matter of fact. I just want to say that was a good point that we have not identified ourselves as a nation. Some of us have, and some of us haven't. So that's a good point. So the confusion leaves, people to be able to misrepresent us because we haven't confined ourselves together as one group and solidified ourselves. So I agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. Brother, be easy. Any comments? And can you please answer my question?
Could you restate the question again, just so I could answer it precisely?
Do you believe that the U.S. government should kick in for what they said that they would pay us in the Reconstruction, which was 40 acres and a mule, or some type of something to balance that off in today's money? Should they pay that? Should they pay that debt? That was my question. But of course, you can comment on anything else you heard. But I definitely want you to answer. Would like you to answer that question, please.
Okay. Should is a very interesting word because yes, they should. Are they going to? No, but in terms of should, yes, because I hear this all the time that this is a Christian nation and people always love to talk about their faith. And then you hear whenever it comes to black specifically, you hear the morality police come out, right? They talk about the morally right thing to do, but then all of a sudden when it comes to reparations, all you hear is crickets. So let's talk about some morally right things, right? When in regards to reparations, Japanese internment camps, they received reparations. Victims of the Tuskegee study, which infected 399 black men with syphilis, they were
Wow.
paid about 10 million in reparations. Should people be outcrying about that? No. Was anyone outcrying about Japanese? No. North Carolina set up a 10 million reparation program for an estimated 7,600 people in the state that were forcibly sterilized between 1929 and 1974. Virginia paid 25,000 to each of the living survivors of about 8,000 people forcibly sterilized by the state. So sometimes when you talk about when they're like, why are people so worried about the jab and stuff? But they don't talk about this part of it. Florida passed a 2 million reparation plan for victims of the 1923 Rosewood race riot. If you don't know any of this stuff, Google is your friend. Rosewood race riot. Chicago, Illinois passed an ordinance to pay a minimum of 20 million in reparations to victims of police brutality from 1972 to 1991 under Police Commander John Burge. If anyone is not outraged about this, probably shouldn't be outraged about slavery because these are things that were legislatively passed. All could be looked up. The German government paid about 89 billion to the victims of the Nazis, and then even US, even though the crimes wasn't committed in US, we even paid reparations.
Still
You
paying.
know, still paying. And for a country that for some crimes that didn't even happen in our country, but then things that did happen in here, everybody is like, crickets, right? Then they say, oh, reparations is so bad. But then they don't tell you that the slave owners got reparations. And okay, let's just say reparations is bad, right? Okay, you that and they saying that nobody should get it. Okay, cool. Are y'all gonna try to hit the Japanese up for a refund? You know what I mean? Like if the IRS overpay you on your tax return, what do they do? Hey Clarence, you owe, bro. Like we
Yeah.
paid you a little bit too much, bro.
Yeah.
They're able to track it. We can't act like we don't know where it's at. No, y'all supposed to have the documentation. So if y'all don't have the documentation, that lets me know that y'all derelict and negligent in your duties. So, which makes me question the whole thing. So, they're saying on one hand that nobody should get reparations. I'm talking about the the people that are against it, right? And
Right.
I'm like, okay, that's fair. No one should get reparations, but what about the people that already got it? It's just like tough luck.
Yeah.
No, if they were unjustly paid, right? You said
Right.
no one should have got it. Since they were unjustly paid, then you need to revoke some of that wealth. But then that's how it is. They just said, "Oh, well, move on. No one you don't know any slaves." Okay, but what
Right.
about these companies that are still profiting? The insurance companies, people were taking insurance out on their slaves. So a lot
Right.
of these old insurance companies were built on the backs of slaves, and then they just changed their name.
Right. Right. Brother, man, you
Bro
dropped the ball.
Clarence, Bro Clarence, may I respond to the brother
Yes, please. Go ahead.
right quick? And I want to say he is absolutely 100% right. And even though they put it in the form of, and I think that a lot of people that are like trying to use the fact that Black people was not a nation as a segue or an excuse to say that reparations we wouldn't be qualified. I think that that is uh, absolutely wrong, because like he just named other situations that got reparations that had nothing to do with them being a nation. So the fact that our very government that permitted, allowed, sanctioned it, and it was never punishable, and the fact that the 40 acres and a mule was signed into documented law, a promissory note of a debt owed, and then was paid to our very slave masters, is all the more reason why that America know that there was a great travesty done to our race of people. They know it, everybody else know it, but I think people want to put colors and excuses and titles and reasons and names and all of that. But the fact of the matter is, let's call a thing, let's call a spade. It is what it is. If every other race of people, and I'm not about talking about nation, I'm talking about race of people that a wrong was done to, got it some form of correction, a repair to that wrong, then we should have been first in line. The brother is 100% on the money, because all of these insurance companies, banking systems, and all of them are still profiting off the backs of that. They just changed it, they name. It's the same situation, but they just changed their name. And that's the biggest fight that ADOS, which is I'm a part of, is fighting for. So thank you, Be Easy. I am so glad that you realize that as a people, because our biggest fight has been against our own people that look like us.
I totally concur with that.
Yeah. So, okay. So everybody that's still here, because Sister One had to dip. Everybody that's still here is feeling like, hey, they should pay that debt. They should. I mean, they made it. They said they would, and they should pay it. And so now my next question is, because a lot of people say, well, you're wrong. There's a lot of white people that was done bad in America, and they ain't out here screaming for reparations. So does that make us bad? Are we bad people for asking for what they said they would give to us? If I walk into if I have a loan office and somebody walks in my office and they say, hey, let me borrow this money, and then they get rich off of the money that they borrowed off of me. I go back to them and say, hey, you said you was gonna pay me for this money that I lent you. Am I a bad person for going and asking him to give me what he signed the papers work for, and he agreed to pay me on his return? Am I a bad person? Are we bad people? Either one of y'all can take that one if y'all want.
No,
Man,
I mean, I would say absolutely not. I mean, it that statement reminds me of when Dame Dash loaned Lee Daniels the money for Precious. He loaned him, I think it was $2 or $3 million. He loaned it to him. It was a loan. It was so Lee Daniels owed that debt back. And when you look at how much money Precious pulled in after that, Lee Daniels didn't immediately address Dame Dash about paying him his money. Dame Dash had to track him down at some function, and it's on social media. It's literally like where he had to like literally track him down and say, "Man, you owe me my money.
Yeah,
Man, I need my money. You made multiple millions of dollars off of this movie because I loaned you the money. That is a debt you owe me. It's now the movie is successful. Pay me my money. Period."
I could go on a whole little diatribe just on Lee Daniels, and just Precious specifically. Lee and I didn't even know about him running off on the money like that, but Lee Daniels is not for the people. All kinfolk is not just you know what I'm saying? All skin folk ain't your kinfolk. Think about the movie Precious, right? Think of the depiction. I didn't even watch the movie. To me it's kind of a disgusting movie. If y'all watched it, cool. But really think about it. I didn't need to watch it. Two, you know, the girl in there, humongous, a trope against black women, right? We got the biggest women, and then not only that, they got Monique in there treating her like dog stuff. You know what I'm saying? She had a her dad was nowhere around. She getting molested by both of her parents.
Oh,
But then what that movie gets all sorts of Grammys. White people yes, this is riveting. And here's Lee Daniels like making millions off the bat. And if you got to look at his movies, he has a track record of making movies like that. Right? There's so many good black movies out there. No awards, no Grammys. Then Precious is the one that y'all want to hail, like, and we're programmed to accept it. Yes, the white people gave us a award. Yes, they won a Grammy for that. Think about it. There's beautiful, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Monique and this other girl ain't beautiful, but like, come on, let's call it what it is. They were humongous, right? And that's what they want. Show me a white version of Precious, right? It
you
doesn't mean that they don't exist,
brother
but they're
be
not
easy,
gonna make it mainstream.
brother be easy. You are body
You on the
shaming.
money, bro.
You body shaming right now, brother be easy. You
No, but
body.
Hey,
no, I'm
I'll
talking about
take
his
that L,
depiction.
bro. I'll take
The
that L, bro.
I'm
no,
telling you, man.
I
Cancel
meant
me.
how I meant the things that we perpetuate, right, and what we promote. He's on the money with that.
Yeah, definitely,
Um,
definitely.
but yeah, but I use that analysis because when you said that, bro, Clarence, that's the first thing that came to my mind, and I don't think that Black people should be feel bad or be made to feel ashamed because we ask for a debt that is owed to us, and I think we should fight for it as a people. But let's be clear, our white counterparts have gotten former reparations as well. It's still being paid overseas right now, and it's paid by American dollars. There's
Yeah,
a certain community that's getting a form of reparations through their taxes. I'll
yeah.
just say that, I'll leave that where it is. So when it comes to us feeling bad or ashamed as a people, absolutely not. Why should we? And I think that because nobody is fighting for our ancestors that built this country for $3.99, that's the shame. That's the shame that I believe, and that's why I joined ADOS, and that's why I joined the fight so that we can get this bill to Congress to get reparations passed.
All right, then I got another question for y'all. Since we're doing questions and answers, do you feel that when we start trying to get some of this justice, because that's basically another name for justice, we're trying to just basically get the justice that you know should go along with what we did and everything. So it's just justice. Now, when we cry out for this justice, do you think a lot of times we get caught up in the mental and emotional gymnastics that people play with us? In other words, they say, you know, why should you get this money? Or why should you get this extra treatment? Or why should you get, you know, uh, set asides for being black. Why should you get that? I'm white, I'm green, I'm yellow, whatever. I don't get these set asides. So why should you get them? You got just as much right in this country to be a billionaire as me. So why should you get these set asides? Why should you get this ADOS money? Why should you get this stuff? You know what I mean? You in the greatest country in America. You're in the greatest country in the world. And now, on top of being in the greatest country in the world, you want some set asides for yourself. And you just what did they say, Sister Patrice? You living in your victimhood, or you playing a victim Olympics. What do y'all got to say to the people that say you playing in the victim Olympics because you asking for what the government said they would give you in the first place?
Yes, basically a red herring and an effective way to distract you from critically thinking
Good,
about
good point.
about what you need to do, because when you think about it, um, that's literally all they do. It's all sorts of convoluted arguments happening at once, to where you can't ground down and get specifics. That's why I try to get precise with the questions, right? And you have qualifying questions to where you can see where somebody is standing, because everybody likes to throw out. Have you heard the term woke? Now woke just means black people, so it's just like a disparaging term, right? They'll say, "Oh, Black Lives Matter is woke," and I'm not a supporter of the organization, but I'm a supporter of the sentiment, right? Black lives actually matter, but like the organization, you can say is kind of rife with uncertainty and corruption, but they can use that as like calling them the woke mob. So anytime, that's not what you consider woke, but when they say woke, that's what they think about. So they're trying to say, oh, these people is woke and they want reparations, or they're part of the radical left, right? Or socialists. When you hear all of this stuff, it's just like a non-starter. People like reparation, socialist. Oh, that's a radical left proposal. And then all of this shit is dead on arrival. So now we can't even have a very substantive conversation where I can present you with facts and then you can rebut it with logic. Instead, it's all emotion. Like, why should I have to pay for that? I'm like, dude, you over here paying billions that we send off to Israel. You have no issues with that. Think about that. You're sending billions to a country
In Japan,
every year. Every year, they have no issues with that. But then, but this is what they like to say: we're all Americans. But then it's like, all right, cool. The Black Americans gonna get this. They're like, hold on, stop the brakes. Like, could you just really think about that for a minute? You have no problem with foreign money to the tune of billions, to them getting it, and they say, oh, they need it. It's just the morally right thing to do. And I was like, was slavery bad? Oh, yes, it was horrible. It was evil. Wouldn't the morally right thing to do be reparation? Well, my taxpayer, it just goes back into a whole thing. My taxpayer, I was like, hold on. Are we talking about morality, or are we talking about taxpayer dollars? And then that's another red herring, because they act like they care about where their taxpayer dollars go to. But meanwhile, the military budget keeps increasing. Do we really need to spend close to 800 billion per year on military?
yes.
All that is white supremacy line. It's no black defense contractors. Like, come on, what is we talking about here? No one
Wait,
has no issue with that.
wait, brother, be easy. Let me clear up why we got to spend that much money. Because the U.S. government has so much going on out there financially, and it's really to protect American businessmen. They have so much going on out there. They have to spend that much money because they know they cannot pay the debts they have. And so the only way they're going to walk away from it or put it off is by being militarily more astute. That's the only thing they're going to be able to do, is be more military, more astute. So that's why they spend so much money on military might instead of paying their debts, because they just don't have it to pay. All right, so I just want to throw that in there, brother. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think
No,
you got
no, it's
I,
something.
I
okay.
I wanted to push back on what Bro Clarence saying. They do have the money to pay Bro Clarence. We
Okay.
live in a
Yeah, that
democracy. We live in
yeah.
a country that is very wealthy in a democracy. They print out the money and pay it to whoever they want to pay it when they want to pay it. I do not
And
agree
they
with this.
modern
Okay.
day pillage.
Let me
They
rephrase.
just wait
Let
a
me
minute. Hold
rephrase.
on, hold on. Then I'll let you rephrase it. Think
Okay.
about the money that they just paid out with this stimulus. I mean, but see, they wanna pick and choose. And when it has anything to do with our race of people, that's when they have a problem with it. That's why an actual bill has to be put in place that needs to be presented to Congress. Because other than that, no, they'll never want to pay it. But they have the money. We in a democracy of the richest nation, one of the richest countries in the world. They got the money. They can print it. Period. I
Okay.
mean, I think we make things a lot difficult than they have to be, but they can print the money. Period. Print the damn money. You know what I mean?
I hear
It,
you. I hear you.
it,
So
it,
that's
it
why I
don't
went
have
to.
to be. Yeah, I think we fall into all the wrong things of it. They got the money.
I think what uh, what I meant to say was they got the paper to print it, but what I'm saying is it's not worth the paper it's printed on. Like if we, it's only as valuable as you and I. We will take it and we will take it and we will say this $100 bill is valuable. Okay. Once the if the outside world is not looking at it like that, then eventually it's gonna grind to a halt here. That was my point. My point is not that they can print whatever they want. And that's what they're doing now. Whenever they run into inflation, they just stop the printing, and then when they want to increase the inflation, they print more. So they can do what they want as far as printing it. But once you get into a global economy, and that's where we're going, that's not going to be the issue. That's not going to be the answer anymore. That's what happened to what's that? It's an African country. The one I don't know if it was Idi Amin, the country that Idi Amin was over, where they just kept printing money.
Talking about
And
Rwanda,
I don't know if it was Rwanda. I don't think it was
Uganda,
Rwanda.
Rwanda.
Uganda, I think
Yeah,
Uganda. I think it was Uganda. And what happened was they just kept printing money when they was trying to create this high inflation, and they just kept printing all this money. Finally, it got to the point where $1 was worth 40,000 of their dollars, and it just collapsed the system. And I'm saying that can happen here. I'm saying that the whole the whole thought of money. It's that little piece of paper you got with one of them slave owners on the top of it. That is a promissory note. You're supposed to be able to take that promissory note into a bank and get gold for the exchange rate of that dollar for whatever it is for that day. So whatever it is that day, if it's an eighth of an ounce or an ounce or whatever, I'm just throwing numbers out.
right,
You
right, right.
be able to go in and get gold for that, right? But Nixon took us off of the gold. Nixon took us off of the gold standard, right? Richard Nixon took us off of the gold standard. So now the banks don't have to have gold in their reserves to back that dollar anymore. They can because why? Because they wanted the government to be able to just print their way out of inflation or print their way into it. So they wanted the
Bro
government to have,
Clams, can I ask you a question?
yes.
Did you watch my interview I did on Uncut with Darrell Long
No,
about reparations and
I know you got that.
the breakdown of what we're asking for? Because I think that the big misconception of reparations is that people think we just asking for a big check, and that's not it. So
I'm just explaining.
no. I know you are. I
Oh,
know.
okay.
But
No,
you
I'm
know
gonna watch
when I said they got the money and you were talking about how what happened in Africa would just print money. You're right. That's a disaster for a recipe for a disaster for our people. So may I just right quick just break down what
absolutely,
ADOS is asking for in reparations, because it's not just a check. Okay.
absolutely.
So what we are asking for is the reparations in the form, like, we know that the debt from slavery is 12 to 14 million. I'm sorry, 12 to 14 trillion dollars a debt from slavery. So within that 12 to 14 trillion dollars, We are asking that we want it in the form of to all those that qualify, and the qualifications is if you do your census or your ancestry and you find out that you are a descendant of a slave or slavery, you are a descendant, you automatically qualifies. Or if you put on your census that you were ever Black, Negro, African American, or anything like that, will qualify you to be an ancestry of slaves that should get the reparation. And what what reparations looks like, and I have explained this on many panels now, because I think the best misconception is that we just want to check and let us go by. That's a recipe for disaster, especially for Black people, because we would give it right back into the system that is constantly oppressing us and systemic racism. So feeding back into that. In order for us to create our own communities, we need things like infrastructure. So we know that our race of people is the least educated when it comes to financial literacy. So reparations would look like, we definitely want to create financial literacy courses and training for our people, right? In preparation of getting this money. Also getting our people healthy mentally and physically, because our race of people are the most unhealthy people. And C19 is the reason why they pushing it with our people so predominant to get the jab, because our race of people have died more than any other race of people. Okay, so we're saying let's get financial literacy, let's get mentally and physically healthy as a people. All of this is in reparations. All of this is a part of the reparations. Once we have that, now we are asking for the funds and the money to be distributed as followed. Trust funds, annuities set up for all those that qualifies. And once that is set up, now we want the grants available to our descendants of slave people. We want the education that was denied our ancestors because it was illegal for them to read or write. So we want you guys to make up for that by giving our children and our children's children grants for education, funding for housing. Take care of the veterans that fought in those wars that were slaves and they came out and they couldn't get loans and housing and funding. We want you to take care of them as well. We want you to give us land, which is the 40 acres that was never get, so that we can build and have infrastructure, so we can build our own banking systems, our own educational system, our own schools, our own hospitals, our own grocery stores, our own businesses, all of those in the forms of grant to be that. And then once that is done, then we are asking, we want a lump sum check payment to each descendant of slaves and monthly payments thereafter. So I hope that is a breakdown that everybody can understand. It's not just saying, give me a big fat check and let me go on about my business, because that is a disaster. We know we are a nation that is unhealthy in a lot of things. So we're saying, let's get healthy mentally, physically, and let's get some financial literacy so we'll know how, once we get that money, to start our own businesses, to build our own Black Wall Streets again. So that's the breakdown. And I hope that everybody understands that we are not just asking for a check and going about our business.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Audrey Patrice. Let me finish where I was at. Just stating, all I'm doing is just stating the reality of the situation in America, as far as being able to back up with a precious metal the dollar bills that they got in circulation. That's all I'm doing. So I was saying that Richard Nixon turned it into what is called a fiat currency, whereas it's the only value is the value that the banks put on something. The banks put a value on the money. Now the bank can control the value of the money. So the banks can control it now. Instead of them having to have these reserves, they don't have to have these reserves anymore. That's why so many banks have popped up, because you don't have to have all that reserve anymore in precious metal. All you need is just to be able to have the government okay your solvency, and then off you go, right? So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying when I'm saying that they don't have the money, I'm saying that they don't have the precious metal to back it up. Now they have the paper; they can print it. They can print it. But we got to be careful when whatever they give us in return for what for whatever we asking for. Like you said, all those trusts and everything set up. We got to make sure that we get proper value, not just so much dollars, but maybe if the dollar is worth a certain amount, we make sure we get it in precious metal or we get it in some other
something that's sustainable.
I agree with that. It could be precious metals, it could be crypto, Bitcoin, whatever you want to do.
Whatever. I'm just saying, whatever.
They ain't gonna do the crypto.
With Sister Wanda, I know you're gonna have pushback. I already feel it. I can feel it in my bones already. So let Brother Be Easy go, and then we're gonna bring you up, Sister Wanda. Brother Be Easy, you got anything to say about anything we were just talking about?
Yeah, I actually do. So I just also want to say, if they was gonna give it, they definitely wouldn't give it in crypto because the government can't control crypto. They want things that they can control and manipulate, like the points you're alluding to with inflation. They can cut it on, turn it on. Inflation is at a 30-year high, by the way. Look at the cost of gas. Go and try to get some milk. You know what I'm saying? And then tell me how much the dollar truly gets you, But in terms of Miss OG Patrice saying, I think without trying to, if people would open their eyes, that's actually what she said was actually a case for the people against reparations. That would be a case for them to change their mind, because let's just say you say, you know what, I'm these victim blacks keep crying. Let's just give them a fat check. And we had all of this land and all of this stuff. And we like, yeah, we're going to build by ourselves. The reality is, where that money is actually going to go right back to the people that's against reparation. If we had all of this land and we want to build a house, is it going to be a construction team full of blacks? There may be some blacks on the construction team. Most likely they're going to be Mexican with a white owner, or Mexican with a bunch of Mexican. And then who going to do the plumbing? Is it going to be a team of blacks? Who's going to be the lighting? Is it going to be a team of black people? Like, these is just stuff, Then when we have that neighborhood, is it going to really be a bunch of black grocery stores? Okay, how are we going to get the delivery of groceries? Is it a bunch of black trucking companies? You know what I'm saying? So realistically, even if they did give all of these people a check, the money would have to go right back into the people that's belly aching, like, oh, we don't want to pay y'all. Just like when they printed up all of this stimulus money, all people did was just pay their bills. And then and yeah, maybe somebody may have went to a restaurant. All of that stuff boosted the economy. One could make a very credible argument that giving it back would actually boost the economy, because due to our lack of infrastructure and not owning anything, anything significantly, we own less than 4% of anything out here. So if you gave all of these people, it's just, there's no way that you wouldn't have to spend it back into all of these other industries that are not run by blacks.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why we broke it down. ADOS broke it down in that sense, because that way you can build it from your own. You don't have to, go back into that same system. The trust fund, the annuity, the grants and all that. And it's saying, and we're saying in our bill, let us control that. We want control over that. We don't want the government to control where we spend our money and how we spend it. And that is the main reason why we created it in that very form. And also, I did mention too that we're also asking to be more black owners to be owners of the dispensaries. There is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the dispensaries, and only 2% of blacks own it. But how many black men and women did they lock up and sentence these major sentences for selling marijuana? And now it's legal in a lot of states and in cities. And now we're saying we want that back.
Sister Patrice, you dropping some good knowledge, but you're just out of turn. That's all. Just out of turn. Sister Wanda.
My apologies.
Right. The Sister Wanda's here. I want her because I'm sure she's been listening while she was working. So I'm sure she got a lot to say. So we're going to give her 5 minutes to go ahead and address everybody and everything that she heard. Sister Juana, are you there?
Yes, brother. Thank you so much for your grace. Thank you for your patience also with me. I don't really have a whole lot of pushback against the brother or the sister.
Okay.
You know, we set things up almost in a paradigm of, you know, obstacles or as in conflict, but they really aren't. Um, you know, everything about, you know, how we got here and where we want to go, everything the brother said about, you know, having that underlying floor of structure, whereas whatever earnings or profit or benefit that can be gained at this point, it will just go back into the same system. This is the reason why your whole context about integration was so important and so germane to the conversation, because that set the precipice for where the economics that we create goes. It's the conduit to where the money goes. We still do not have our own economic floor. One of the things I appreciate about Dr. Claude Anderson is he speaks about establishing our own economic floor. Right now, we're just talking about, you know, individuals who are so-called black building themselves up to participate in this system. I'm for this system. I agree with this system. Um, at the same time, but if you're talking about building up the subculture of what is black and the black community, participating in this fashion is not not to disparage what was tried in the past, but it's just not, it hasn't gotten us where we thought. As I said it before, it hasn't gotten us where we thought we would be. Integration has not had the effects that we wanted, because we didn't realize we were integrating into a house that was already functioning and progressing and moving right along. We would have to step back and recreate a system. But as long as we're talking about so-called repatriating ourselves into the system, um, I really don't see what the possible fruition of it is as far as so-called reparations. And I'll say again about reparations, because the brother spoke again about the Japanese Americans and the Japanese as a form of conciliatory situation when the Japanese lost in World War II. It was only right, you know, when the Japanese put their sword down, so to speak, and signed the agreement. They had to sign an agreement saying we lost. They have to do that first. We lost. Okay, you admit you lost. You tapped out. So now we're going to help you as a nation, and any of your descendants who are as a nation, so-called Japanese Americans, were part of that nation. They're Americans, but they remain Japanese, so they get a benefit out of that. The only pushback I continue to have, the only pushback I continue.
Let me push back on you real quick. Push back on you real quick. I'm gonna let you finish. But they're Japanese, but they're Americans. They're Americans. They're not Japanese. They're Americans. If you ask them, they're American of Japanese descent. Yet they're still getting that. They still got that reparation. So how can it be okay for them if we're not Africans but we have African descent? How come we can't get you know, the not can't get, but why is it out of pocket for us to ask for it, Sister Wanda? And please, I want you to finish. I just want to throw that out there while it hit my head. Oh, I think she fell off. Sister Wanda, you back?
Yes, I'm back. My phone is acting up. Sorry about that, Brother Clarence. But I heard you were making a distinction about the Japanese Americans and the Japanese, and the
Correct.
internment Japanese Americans were awarded along. So now, if you want to get into what's morally right or what's, you know,
no. This is all I'm saying, Sister Wanda. the Japanese that were here, they didn't sign anything, but yet they still got the reparation. That's my point. That's my point. So if you can explain that and then continue with whatever you were saying, that was all of my point, Sister Wanda.
It's a very reasonable point. It's a factual point, Brother Clarence. You'd have to answer that. You'd have to go into the legalese and the motivations of the United States corporation, of why they permitted that goodwill towards those Japanese Americans. As so, you would have to answer the question about why they helped with the so-called Jewish Holocaust reparations. They have it's an entity, and it's a business, it's a corporation. They have their own reasons for doing business. We tend to look at these things that happened in the past as a moral issue, not understanding that the United States is not necessarily a country. It's a corporation. It's a business like Walmart, and they can agree to offer, what they're willing to offer. Just like you and I, we can give our, cash apps to whomever we agree to give our cash apps to.
That's right.
And that's one part of it that people don't really, that doesn't jive with people, and I get it. But for the most part, I make sure that I subscribe to everyone, regardless if I agree with some points of their talking points or not. But this is a company, this is a corporation, and they chose for their benefit of what, who would do better with these types of measures. But so-called Black people were given these types of measures too. The brother and Sister OG just spoke of some. They talked about millions of dollars being granted. I wonder if these measures were called exactly reparations, but whatever the funds come through, whatever the debt that is paid, if those people feel like that's good enough for them, that's fine. But at the same time, that occurred through systems that are already created that felt benevolent to do these things, not necessarily because a court said this is owed. And I'll take my response off.
Thank you, Sister Wanda, because you're right up against it. Okay, so everybody got a chance to answer the question about the reparations and how we got, and whether we owed it or not owed it or whatever. Now, my question, next question is going to be to y'all. Since let's say they do pay us. Let's say they do pay us, and let's say they do like Sister OG Patrice say, they said, no, you're not gonna get a direct check. You're gonna get an account. We open up an account with Wells Fargo or whoever, whatever, and they open up an account for you with a trust, and you have a trust fund, and you can only use it. Let's say because I've heard a lot of different things. You can only use this money to get your education, or you can only use this money to buy a house, or you can only use this money to do this or that. So should they be allowed to tell us how we should be able to spend that money? Should they be allowed, whoever gives us the money, should they be allowed to tell us how to spend that money and why? Yes or no, or why? OG Patrice.
I would say absolutely not. They should not have. They should not be able to tell us how, and that's the very reason why ADOS wrote the bill to present, and the agenda to present to them, because we don't want them to be able to control it, because we know that if they do control it, they will have the quote unquote foot on the neck telling us how we should form. And again, those funds. It's some noise coming from Sister Joanna's background. We don't want that. That's why we wrote the agenda and the bill to be passed in that very way. It's saying, no, we don't want you to have control. That's why we want it set up in the annuity and the trust fund and the grants specifically for our needs so that we can control it. That way, that therefore we can build how we want to build without them telling us how we should build. When the Native Americans formed their government, sovereignty, land, and nation, it is separate from their government. So no, absolutely. And I think that we should have the right to say the same thing. If we're not going to be able to build the way we see fit, but have them control the way we build, no, then again, we fall right back into that system. So that is exactly why ADOS has formed this very bill as such, so that they would not have control.
All right. Thank you, Sister Patrice. Brother Be Easy. Anything to say on this topic?
Yeah, I actually got quite a bit to say, but so what was the last question that you said? I just want to answer that one first.
My last question was, let's say they do pay us, right? All the work that OG Patrice and her comrades are doing, and they do decide, okay, we're gonna pay y'all, but we're not gonna give you a straight check. We're gonna open up a bank account for you, or a trust account for you, or whatever, right? So they deposit the money in there. Should they be able to tell us how to spend that money and with whom, or should we be allowed to just, spend it how we want to? We want to go get, 10,000 pairs of Jordans. Can we just go get the 10,000 pairs of Jordan? Should we be able to spend it how we want to, or should they have restrictions on how we should spend it? Kind of like what's that EBT cards? You can only buy food and certain things with EBT cards.
Um, the short answer is no, but hypothetically, if they were to actually pay reparation, then yeah, they would only doing it. They would only do it knowing that they could control. Like it would be a bank, right? It would be some government bank. It wouldn't be a small credit union. It would be like a Bank of America or something that the government has their hands into. They give you a card, and then it's just like when you go to a bank anyways, let's say it was 20, 30,000. Are they just gonna let you take they'll put a cap on it. Like it's a $5,000 limit a day. You know what I'm saying? They'll make obstacles to where they can still control it in some form or fashion. And whether they can control it or not is almost irrelevant, because ultimately it's still going to go back into that same pot, right? We all got all of the money, right? We all cashed out. And now let's go buy a bunch of houses that are not owned by blacks. Let's go buy a bunch of land that's not owned by blacks. And then all of these laws and zoning, even the dispensary. To start a dispensary, you got to have like at least 1 million. And that's just with fees, zoning laws. That's just fees just to open up. And then they make it super ridiculously hard where you got to tag every little plant. They do all of this stuff. So when they do give you access to something, it comes with a bunch of strings attached. So you know that here's the stimulus, but you don't read all the strings attached. Like they passed it in a bill called the CARES Act. But in that bill, it was just a bunch of bailouts and handouts to other companies. So they wagging their finger saying, no, you don't get reparations. But meanwhile, in the CARES Act, they sent 68 million to Pakistan for gender studies. Yeah, did anybody know that? They sent like over 50 million to the Kennedy Center for
I knew it.
renovation.
I
So
knew
it's
it,
like,
Biggs.
so I'm just saying, like, what are we even really talking about right here? Like, but because people got that $1,400 stimulus check, nobody want to look through that bill. But they'll bring the bill that's 3,000 pages on the night before, and they'll say, hey, if Pelosi doesn't vote for this, they're against stimulus checks. But it's all sorts of stuff way worse than a stimulus check. They pass stuff even for your Cash App, even for your IRS. They're trying to hire 80,000 more IRS agents to audit you. Most people don't know, if you have 10,000 flowing in and out of your account, which everyone does, right? That's direct deposits, just anything. Through a calendar year, your bank automatically reports to them at the end of the year, and they say, "Oh, it's just so we can catch tax cheats." But the rich people legally evade taxes, so they're really coming after people like me and you. So if they were to pay us a big check, it would be no different. It would be no different. They're trying to tax you on unrealized gains. So if you like, yeah, I'm gonna put my reparations check in the stock market, they're changing the laws to do that. They're trying to like regulate cryptocurrency because the government has no control over it. It's an entity that they can't control. So they're trying to make laws against that. They're trying to make law. They've already made a law starting January 1st. You're supposed to report all your Cash App earnings. Do you think Jeff Bezos is really? No, they already passed the law. Most people don't know about this or not even talking. They passed it in the American Rescue Act.
Facts.
Who, who the hell?
Facts.
Who the hell are they rescuing? So now they making it seem, bro. If you have over $600 in your Cash App through a calendar year, which most people do, you feel me? If you borrow $300 from me and then I pay it, now you got to report. And they're like, oh, if you're paying your taxes, it's you have nothing to worry about. But now you need to have documentation. Why did he send you $300? Why did this person send you $1,000? Right. So it's like you subject for audit.
Right.
Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk ain't having to deal with this. So if they give you more money, it's gonna come with tons of strings attached. And due to our lack of infrastructure and our lack of willing to basically coalesce and collaborate with one another, it will actually really boost their system. But they're anti-black so much that they're like, nope, we don't even want to deal with it because if and then to speak to the morality thing, we already know that this is not a very moral society, but
Right.
they spend all their times acting like we are. This is a Christian nation. Just
Hey,
believe in
right.
God. Have
Exactly.
faith.
I
I'm like,
love
okay.
you. I love you, Be
It's
Easy. I
like,
love
okay, cool. I have faith. I have faith in your morality. But then as soon as it comes to anything with blacks, it's like they're devoid of morality. So that the hypocrisy is rife. And I could go on and on about the morality part, especially when all of this prosperity preaching. We're all Americans, right? We're all God's children. And then I go to a church, I'm like, why the hell is it a white church and then a black church and then an Asian church? Like, why it ain't just one church where everybody mingling together? Blacks don't want to go to that white church just as much as the whites don't want to. But I thought we was all God's children. Thought we were all Americans. And that's how it always comes back to, right? Oh, we can't pay reparations because we're all equal, even
Right.
though no other group was equally treated like that. I'm like, cool. Do y'all want the equal treatment that blacks got? Oh, no. We wasn't saying that, right? You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you,
facts,
man.
bro.
Thank you
I
so much.
appreciate you.
Okay, so now we got Sister Wana. Sister Wana, are you there? I muted you, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna mute you. Are you here, Sister Wana?
you hear me,
Sister,
brother?
you there?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, what did you want to say? What did you want to put out there on the shelf for us?
Just that they're very poignant points that the brother just made. He left he put a lot on the table, brother. You put a lot on the table. There's a lot of things to root for in the things that you said. The only thing I can impress upon the people who are within the sound of my voice is that I try to hit home some things about why so-called Jewish people, why the Japanese and other indigenous cultures receive the benefit from this corporation that we keep calling a country. It's not a country. We have to accept this first. We have to accept this premise first. The United States is not a country. United States is a corporation. It's a company. It's a conglomerate of different other little countries that we call states.
Sister Wana,
And go ahead, sir. Yes,
can
sir.
you can you explain that, please? Because we got people listening to us. They don't understand what you're talking about when you say the United States is a corporation. It's not a country. So can you explain that further?
Uh, the best way I can understand it, to explain it, is that when what we call a government, when it was created with the Constitution, with Thomas Jefferson, with Alexander Hamilton and others, what they were signing was, if I want to go into a business, you know, if I want to create a business, I have to create a mission statement. I have to create a vision board. I have to create a contract where the people who come to work in this corporation will have to go along with, would have to adhere to these things. That contract that they created is called our Constitution. Within our Constitution, they have different categories of people. They categorize them. You know, it didn't start, the categorization didn't start with them, but they pretty much put a seal on a deal and within the Constitution. And in the Constitution, you know, it pretty much states, you know, that a so-called Black person, that's not a full-fledged citizen. That's why they keep amending it. That's why you got the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. They keep amending it because they weren't intending to give these people who willingly call themselves Black the full realm of rights that people who are considered a nations. The reason why we have the what is it called? Is it still called the League of Nations? I think that's from the 1950s. But we have a nation organization, a world organization of nations. Black is not a part of that. That's why I said earlier in my words that Black is a subculture and within this structure. And I know it seems so abstract, but you have to understand because you're looking at it personally. When I say Black, you're thinking of a person. That's not what it means within the realm of this corporation. Black is a status, a condition. It is a condition that is meant and they intended to be subservient. It has no state, means it has no country that is connected to. The Japanese were connected to a nation, to the Japanese country, to the Japanese. You know, the Jewish people. Now, here's the thing about those Jewish people. They created their own nation in 1947 when my father was born. They got the paperwork done and they created a nation. Now, they still had to fight. You know, they're still fighting over there for the land. But they created a nation designating where they are now in Israel as their promised land. Now, they will still have to fight for that, but at least they got together and created themselves a nation. And once they created themselves a nation, then not just the United States Corporation, but other so-called nations got together and paid them for the wrongs that they were done. Black is not a nation. And that's pretty much all I have to say to that. And how do I know that Black is not a nation? Because there's no place called Blackstan or Black Land or Blackistania. That's how you know that it was a social construct that they created so that you won't benefit. And if you continue to call yourself that, that's why I continue to say so-called Black, because I refuse to take the rights of human beings away from these people. You're not Black. That's the number one thing you have to come to terms with. Well, as long as you consider yourself Black, that's something that they created and put in their constitution and say, if you want to be a part of this whole deal that we got going on called America, then you're going to have to become a United States citizen. And within that citizenship, if you call yourself Black, then you're going to be given these amount of privileges, not necessarily rights. Their privileges, their programs. That's why you keep talking about people keep getting these different kind of programs. The indigenous people set themselves apart and call themselves by name and set up treaties or trust. And that was a good point that Sister OG Patrice came up with about talking about a trust. But even in trust, there's a name, there's a title at the beginning of it to whom the beneficiaries will be of that trust. Black is not a people. Black is a construct that the so-called white man created. You know, it's just like if a group of guys came along and said, Joanna, if you want to live in this area of town, we made a contract, and you can sign here to be a part of it, but we're gonna call you bitch. If you're gonna be a part of our little corporation, our little government that we created on these 2 blocks, then you have to agree to be called that. And going along with those things, if you sign along with that, then yes, that's what they, and there's a term, there's systems that they will, you know, that will coalesce with that term bitch. I would have to go along with those terms, but as long as you stop with the terms, going along with the terms, you set up a force. You have to call yourselves by your true name, and your true name is given from your father and your mother, but mostly your father. Your name comes from your father, your lineage. And so we have not connected as a group with our lineage, with our mother name, with our tongue. That's why Malcolm X put the X behind his name. It means the unknown. Black means the unknown. In this culture, in this group of called the United States, it means that you don't have a home. You don't have, you're stateless. Look up the term stateless. Look up the terms non-descendable. You cannot receive anything under that so-called status as Black. And I'll take my response off.
Brother Cairns, I just want to say, I don't know if you saw my message in the back. I'm going to step down for a minute, but I thank you for the opportunity. If you're still on when I come back, I'll probably hop back on if I can. I want to thank Sister Joanna and Be Easy as well. They had some very good points, but I think my final is just we getting caught up in the whole labeling of like black and black, because we black people been called many things, and the whole thing about a nation or whatever, because there are still other races of people that got reparations that got it up, not up under the pretenses of a nation or a race per se of people, but just of a wrong that was done. So with that, I'm gonna step down, and I'll be listening in the background. Thank you guys again. I'll come back up, Bro Clarence, if you have me, if you're still on.
I'm talking and I didn't even hear myself. Okay.
I was gonna say, bro, your mic was muted.
Thank you, OG Patrice. I appreciate you. Of course, you're always welcome whenever you come up. Just like Sister Wanda, Brother Be Easy, always welcome. We may not always agree, but we definitely will show each other the utmost of respect. Okay, since we were talking about, that was a good point. I said that earlier that you made, Sister Wanda, that was a good point. Black is not a nation. But you said a couple things that make me think. One of them is, if I was taken from my native land and I was never allowed to learn my native tongue, and how would I reconnect with my family when I don't know where my family is? How would I, and I'm gonna ask both of you guys this question. How would that take place if I've been disconnected from my family? And you know, it's like one of these people that get caught
Like
in
the
these,
family separations or something at the border or something.
they get caught in these, let's say these checks, these child sex rings, right? They get kidnapped off the street or something, and they spend the next 10 years in a sex ring, going all over the country with some dirtbag that drags them all over the country, selling them on Craigslist and whatever else, little papers out there like that, right? Once the person finally figure out that they're in a bad situation, maybe they don't even remember where they used to live. They don't know what city they come from. They don't know any of that. How would they even know? How would we even be able to communicate with each other or get together as family or to be able to say, I'm from this nation, because Africa has what, I don't know how many different countries there, at least 20 or so. How would we be able to connect with the specific country that we're from and say, okay, I was from this country, and me and all the people from this country, we have a class action suit, and then everybody from the next country, they have a class action suit, so forth, so on and so forth. How would we do that? I think the reason the term black came in, it was to connect us all to the fact that we have a similar issue that we're trying to deal with, and we need to come together to try to fix it. And I think that uh, understanding got warped because the mental gymnastics that was played against us, like, oh well, if you're if there was an old TV show called The Hate That Hate Produced, right, where they talked to Elijah Muhammad, and they were saying that these people are really hateful, but the whole show was about this is a product of what the hate in America against blacks have produced. This is just a product of what that hate has produced. So I'm saying that our people have come together, because I can't go to Be Easy and say, hey man, what African state are you from? He don't know. I mean, the average black person don't know, right? The average person can't go back and connect with their family over there. We don't know where we're from, right? So I think the word black came into existence to try to, polarize us together to try to get some things accomplished. However, that situation got adulterated and infiltrated, and of course, we got set off the track. But I got a question for both of you. Israel now, and since Tawana brought this up, so now I'm just going to talk about it. Israel, the country of Israel, or the state of Israel, I said country, the state of Israel. How is because they signed paperwork, is that legal? Is it a legal situation? Is it something that is legal, meaning that, is it binding by all parties? Obviously, it's not. The Palestinians don't see it that way. And why don't the Palestinians see it that way? If you want to answer that, do you want to answer that, brother? Be easy. Can you answer that, or can you give us some touch on that?
So what was the specific question?
The specific question was the state of Israel. Is that should that be considered a legal situation? Well, it is considered most way, but what I'm saying is, why isn't it considered a legal situation by the Palestinians? Why are they pushing back on that situation if all the documents were signed and everything was signed, and and they stood together and said, hey, we're a nation, and so we deserve land and the ability to care for ourselves. And why do the Palestinians push back on that if that's the way we're just asking the question.
I can answer that if the brother isn't ready.
I mean, I'll just give a quick response and she can go ahead. But ultimately, when it comes to the Palestinians, I mean, they're basically just like the black folks of America. That's how they're treated, and back to the moral high ground of the Jews and, all of their faith and morality preaching. But they don't talk about like how they just have the Palestinians living right there in squalor, not doing anything to help. And then it also goes back to the victim narrative, right? They're such a strong nation and they unite and bandage together, but yet they still need some sort of reparations or payment or supplemental income, whatever you want to call it, to the tune of billions every year, right? Y'all have already built. Why are you keep coming with handouts? Like if it's any other nation that's predominantly black, that would be considered victimhood and handouts. And then what are y'all even doing with the money, right? Because the Palestinians is like, hey man, y'all treating us like crap. But I mean, we all supposed to be under the same creator, and this it's essentially the same country, But I could, I'll let Joanna reply.
Just Joanna, it's on you.
Yes, the brother asks wonderful questions. All this is baffling to anyone who's not, that into you know, politics. And I'm not going to profess that I am that into politics. I studied a little bit of political science in school, but that has nothing. It's an ever evolving situation. So you may have learned something 20 years ago, and today, everything's changed. But for the most part, see, these things that we're talking about, these are called contracts, and anyone can create a contract, and anyone can create a corporation or an LLC, or so to speak, and however many people sign on to that, or a class action suit, however many people sign on to that are able to do that. The so-called Jewish Israelis that created that state in 1947, the year of my father's birth, um, they created a contract, and where they all signed on to and say, this represents us. Now, I'm not sure if that's what ADOS is trying to do. They may be trying to do that, but unless it's a contract going against another contract, it's really a moot conversation. It's a non-void conversation, because only contracts can speak to contracts, just like only humans can speak to humans. It's on different levels. So understanding that that's a contract that they created with a title to the contract and everything, that's something that they were able to create, and to gain a platform for, like ADOS is doing, trying to garner support, trying to garner a platform for. That is in the right direction. But where it starts to falls off the wheels is, and here's the pushback, why the Palestinians don't acknowledge that contract, don't acknowledge those agreements, don't acknowledge that that land belongs to the Israelis, is some of those so-called people in that Jewish state, that is not their so-called motherland. They can't even prove that that was their motherland, meaning where their mother broke water. A lot of those people immigrated from Eastern Europe, when the Holocaust and stuff was going on, and even before that, um, European Jewish people who have, what do you call it, when you weren't born of faith, but you sign up to be of that faith. When some of the Europeans signed up to be Jewish, in those old countries like Kazakhstan and Romania and all those Poland, those people weren't born in the so-called Middle East. That's the pushback that the Palestinians who were born in that landmass in that area, um, are pushing back against. Those people became Jewish, signed up to be Jewish, said the right words in front of the rabbis and things of that nature, and became Jewish, just like Sammy Davis Jr. became Jewish. You know, they became Jewish. They weren't born of that country, and that's the pushback there. And so, part of me can understand that pushback. You know, that's with the same reasoning. There's so-called black people, by admitting that they are slaves coming from another country into this landmass, the United States corporation can easily deny them by saying you were not born here. And that's why I keep reiterating the fact that there are many, many people who are so-called black who were already on this landmass before the first people that the Europeans brought to this continent. They were already here, and they can build upon that fact that their mother's waters broke on this continent. But the ADOS people are clearly defining themselves as Africans from the descendants of slaves, meaning you come from somewhere else. Now, anyone coming into my house cannot just claim rights in my house. If you're going to claim that, you should claim that you was already here and be separate from that and build a contract based on that. That's what the Native Americans did. They said, hey, we was already here, and we're going to make a contract. We're going to make our own constitution. We're going to, create our own format where you have to acknowledge us. And they all climbed aboard that. And so, the United States chose to acknowledge them as one nation to another. Remember, only nations can speak with one another and do business with one another. Everybody else is getting crumbs. Everybody else is getting programs and these of this nature. But being a nation is where you step up a level, and you're communicating with the big wigs, so to speak. Go ahead, Brother Clarence. I know you're trying to get in there.
I hear you. I hear you, Sister Wanda. I just a couple of things. That's one of the reasons why we call ourselves Black. Well, it was introduced to us to do so because it doesn't matter where our mothers broke. It matters how we were treated, wherever we were, wherever we are on the planet. That's what matters. Now but before I even get to that, let me get to the Palestinian situation. The Palestinians were already living on this property. They already had this property, and they were literally pushed out of it. And so that is the issue. Now, my thing is, if they have found a state that, where nobody was living there, cool. But they were literally pushed out of where they were actually living. That's like if we came over here, and if the Africans came over here and just pushed everybody off of America to say, "Oh, we need to set up a state for Black people because they were done so wrong. We're going to just push all the white people out of here." I mean, of course, the white people would fight back. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? Right? The same thing with the Palestinians. They're just fighting for land that they've been already living on for hundreds of years. So that's why I'm saying that just because they have signed pieces of paper doesn't make what they're doing doesn't make it say, well, we're only going to do. I know the backstory of all of this stuff as far as the business behind it, and I'm sure you do too, Sister Wanda. But I'm saying that on the surface they made it look like, oh well, the poor Jews. And they were in a horrible situation, but so were we. And if they can get a whole landmass out of it, and some of them you got Black Jews you got Hebrews over there right now. You got Hebrews over there right now that they are mistreating right now. Got Palestinians over there they're mistreating right now. They got Hebrews that gave them the language that they're speaking. Right? They got Hebrews over there that gave them the language and the culture that they are using. They have taken over. When I say Jew, I mean Jewish person, the Jewish people, right? They have commandeered the Hebrew lifestyle, right? And they have taken what they want out of it, and and so forth and so on, to make it to where they can have it to where they can live the way they want to live. Right. But what I'm saying is, just because they have all those signed documents, is that okay for them to push the Palestinians off of there? And
okay, Brother Clarence, let me say this. Brother, and I'm gonna get off of here. Okay. Are you aware that all around the world, I can, as Joanna Washington, I can sign a document and I can own, I don't know your full name. I can sign a document and I can trademark your name.
Right.
I can make it so that you cannot use your name, the name that your mother gave you, your father gave you, that you inherited from your grandfather or your grandmother or your great-grand. I can have your name trademarked if I do not sign a contract saying that I own this. The entire world is operated in this manner. The entire world operates as in this manner, has always operated in this manner. So-called Black people may not have understood this. So when we're talking about the Israelis and the Palestinians, it's about who, it's not always about who got there first or
Mm,
who was actually born there. It's
mm.
who created the contract that is recognized legally around the world.
Now,
That's what
one
it's about. Now we can have a discussion about whether that's morally right or wrong. But if you want to understand how McDonald's ended up out of the hands of the McDonald brothers
I understand.
into the hands of another man who had nothing to do with their family, is
Right.
because he went ahead and did the paperwork.
I
When black people talk about the so-called white people who got on a dolls list to become Native Americans, they weren't necessarily always claiming that their mothers were Native American.
Let's just
There
about.
was a system that was created that they could sign up and say, yes, I'm Cherokee. Yes, I'm this. Yes, I'm of this group or nation.
I hear
That
you.
who creates the contract first wins. And I've spoken about this on different
We,
platforms.
we get
It's about
that.
who
Get
creates
it.
the contract
We
has the
get
power.
we get that part. But what I'm saying is it's not we're not talking about a moral situation. We're talking about uh, um, what is it when you know a precedence. We're talking about precedence here. If the precedence is where you can blow these people off for because of what you did to them, what you turned your back on that situation, then the president should be okay. If you did that for them, and their situation wasn't even a fourth as bad as our situation, why not just why is it so impossible to do the same for us? That's the question. Because I know that it's about the paperwork, right? And then it's about enforcement, like Brother Be Easy was saying. uh, you might enforce the whoever can enforce their contract. That's who's going to win, right? It doesn't matter if I got a contract, like we were talking about. For example, the one invention that made the South rich and started the Civil War was the cotton gin, right? Elijah Whitney made the cotton gin, right? But Eli Whitney, excuse me, Eli Whitney made the cotton gin, but it was taken away from him because he didn't have even though he did do the proper paperwork, people
Was
still was able.
Eli Whitney a slave? That would answer your question. Was Eli Whitney a slave?
No, he was not a slave. So when he made the cotton gin, he was not a slave. He was just helping out. So he had came down to visit or to work for some patrons of his, and he saw how inefficient the cotton system was. They were getting cotton out of the plants. He developed the cotton gin because he saw it was a more efficient way to do it, and of course that sped up production like 600%, and that's how the South got so rich. They were to start to make their own currency, and that is why Abraham Lincoln in the North had to move on them because they were going to make their own currency, and nobody would have been able to stop them after that. So, but my point,
Abraham moved on them because they succeeded from the so-called United States Union. They were moving to do what the Jewish state has done. They were
but,
moving to do what indigenous other tribes have done, to become separate.
but
They were
they,
doing what we never did.
I understand it, but what I'm saying is they wasn't being able to do that unless they had the money rolling in. It's just like the Afghans fighting the Russians. They wasn't going to be able to do that unless they had money from the oil countries funneling in to pay for the guns and all of the stuff that they needed to fight the Russians. The Russians would have took over Afghanistan. They would have been had it. But Osama bin Laden and those guys, the U.S. government was giving them money and guns and weapons. The Chinese were giving them guns and weapons and money, and all these other people were giving them because they didn't want the Russians to have that access to that oil. So I'm saying that you got to have money. Whatever you're doing, you got to have money. You got to be able to back it up with currency. That's why, see, even though they
I
succeed,
agree with that.
okay, so they can succeed all
I
you
agree.
can succeed all
And
you want,
that's what the Jewish state did.
but they didn't have no
Other
money.
people,
They didn't have
other
money.
people, other people, I'm telling you, Brother Clarence, other people funneled in money into their
There you go.
organization,
There you go.
unto their contract.
There you
Now, if you want to ask why other people aren't funneling money to help so-called Black people, that's a conversation that we can have. I propose that the reason why other nations aren't funneling money in to help Black people become separate is because the so-called term Black is not a nation already. You have to come up with another legal term. And I'm grateful that you brought up the terminology of legality.
yeah.
Black is a legal term in a system of so-called racism. And we're trying to make a benefit off of something that's already wrong by calling ourselves Black. It's not going to be acknowledged by the human population because they know that that's not a term for people for them to support. That's
Well,
my point.
don't you think that?
Whereas the Jewish and Hebrew goes back for thousands of years. Black is only something that has been around for the last 300 or 400 years that so-called white people created. And we're trying to establish a contract based on a title that was not established by us. It was somebody else calling us this. It
Well,
was a
I don't.
term that they created. And as long as we continue to use that term that they created to try to get on another level, it's nearly impossible because they hold the term in legality, in legalese, under the United States Corporation or Constitution.
Well,
We have to separate ourselves from that.
I think that we use Black more as an not as a legalese term. I think the legalese term would be African American, but I think we use Black more as a reaching out of our people, trying to get us all on the try to get us on the same page as far as things we need to do that we need to fix, and that's like the unofficial term. But the official term would be just like Jewish American, Irish American, Italian American. Those terms have, like you said, I agree with you on that. White folks love paperwork, and they work best with paperwork. And so, if you are not, if you are not able to be defined in the paperwork, then of course you're not going to be able to stand up for yourself in the court of law. Well, as a group, we won't. Singly, we might be able to get some here or there, but as a group, we won't. We won't be. So I definitely agree with that, brother. Be easy. Were you about to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot to say, but I don't really.
Right.
But
Okay.
oh no, 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 it's all good. I mean, not I wasn't saying like I was just soaking it all in, but I agree. It's just these conversations are like so nuanced, and people are unwilling to go down the rabbit holes because how many times have people had a contract, all of their ducks in a row, and still denied something? You know what I mean? Because it's the contract is a very valid point, but if it's contracted in a particular oppressive system, then what does the contract really mean, right? It's a meaningless document. And then the term Black was the term Black was just to be like the antithesis to white. And that's what other people come over and do, right? Even it doesn't matter if they're Afghan or not. A lot of them be checking off white on that box because they like, shit, we just don't want to deal with the Black experience. So I do agree with Joanna as much as it is a status. And she's saying that it's not a nation, right? It's just a status. But who created the status to be dark and disparaging and disenfranchised? That's what we don't want to talk about, right? And then also we don't. Okay, let's just excuse the slaves that was brought over here from Africa. Are we insisting or implying that there wasn't American breeding farms of slaves on American soil? But they don't even want to talk about that, right? We can just excuse the African slaves. What about the American bred slaves? No one has nothing to say about that, right? People were taking insurance out on these slave farms, and the individual slaves, the majority of them were women and children. The a slave's life expectancy for a man would like 25 years or something. And I think that's actually pushing it. Like that was that you 25 years, you'd be an OG as a slave because they were like working them beyond, you know. And so all of these companies built with their contracts, built on the backs of it, and then now they're saying, all right, cool, you want reparations here, just give me a contract. But the same oppressor is reviewing your contract, and he gonna say, yeah, this contract, you didn't dot your I, or you didn't cross your T. And this is the thing, what to the reparations point, people have got so the definition has got very convoluted. When people say reparations, all they do is just think about slavery. When I read all the reparations that was paid earlier, none of them had to do with slavery, right? So people just think that it's all a one size fits all reparation. No, the ones that I read off earlier were for police brutality. That has nothing to do with slavery. Is it a byproduct of
Okay,
slavery?
that's
Yes.
different. Yes, that's different. And see, with ADOS is about reparations for people who are descendants of slavery. What you all named off is from other things, and I'm grateful that you spoke on that. Continue.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the slavery part is a whole separate issue, but people try to lump it all up in one thing like, well, y'all, this group got slavery for police brutality. Yeah, that was for that. Then this group got reparations for them illegally putting the syphilis in them. Yeah, that was for that. That the slavery is a whole separate issue. And let's just
Now
stay on
you're
the
speaking of something I can get on board with. These are different things that are being honored for different grievances. But
that's how it
no one has been paid reparations for so-called slavery anywhere in the United States so far thus far. Now, if they can get it, I hope they can get it. But again, what you're asking for is for one corporation to acknowledge another corporation. People who came here as slaves were not a corporation nor a nation.
But let's stick, because we like to be very precise, and all of the educated people on this panel and in the chat, reparations, the actual definition, the making of amends for a wrong one has done by paying to or otherwise helping those who have been wrong. Doesn't say anything about slavery. It's also the compensation for war damage paid by a defeated state. Bunch of black war veterans didn't get nothing. The action of
Thank you for
repairing
this.
something.
Thank you.
These
Thank you,
are the
brother. Keep
actual
talking.
definition. So when people say reparations, you can make an argument for multiple things outside of slavery for reparations. And then also, let me say this: reparation can take numerous forms, including affirmative action, individual monetary
Thank
payments,
you.
settlements, scholarships,
Keep talking.
waiving
Thank
of
you.
fees, systemic initiatives to offset injustices, land-based compensation. All of that
Thank
is a
you.
form of reparations. It's not just one big shiny check. And I do agree with you. This is a corporation. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a corporatocracy, which is essentially a government ran by the corporations and corporate interests. Or you could also call it a plutocracy, where the most wealthiest people is the ones pulling all the strings. So a lot of people may have heard of this, they may realize this. And then as much as I do believe that we're owed reparations, we do need to take a very sensible look at it. If on one hand people are screaming racism, racism, white supremacy, which is very pervasive, how the hell would you expect the racist white supremacy to turn around and give you a fat check that they're not in control of? It doesn't matter that they owe it to you. We're just talking
I
about what's
agree.
logical and rationale. And then we misconstrue what racism is, but people know what a race is, right? What's the objective of race? You want to win the race. You don't want to come in last in the race. So therefore, when they say the white race, they're always trying to put themselves ahead of other races. Will they come out blatantly and say that? Well, the forefathers did, you know what I'm saying? But all of them documents and contracts just get burnt and remixed and revised. But essentially, it's a race for resources, for economics, for political and social dominance. And in that race, they're like, look, we're going to win the race. And then blacks is just like, man, we're just happy to be in the race. We're just happy to be willing participants. But they're the other people are trying to not only they trying to smoke you in the race, they're trying to lap you. And that's what I was saying earlier. We got too much. Most of the civil quote unquote rights leaders, some of them could be called civil rights losers, bro, because that's all they did was lose. They lost what they were supposedly fighting for. How many people in Congress
Brother,
do you hear
brother
talking about
Clarence,
reparations?
brother Clarence, I co-signed to every single word in this last brother's commentary. Every single word. I have no pushback. Let him keep talking. I'm going to get myself off the air because I have nothing more to say or add. He is speaking the truth. Keep talking, brother.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. But we got to call it for what it is. Civil rights losers. That's what they were. Because if we're talking about a race, then you lost. And like Joanna said earlier, when the contract, you had to admit, hey, look, we're going to give you this, but you lost. These losers need to admit that they lost because you don't even hear nobody talking about reparations. I heard Sheila Jackson Lee, who is a Haitian immigrant. A Haitian immigrant, but when the Haitians when they got here, what did Biden do? Sent them right back on the plane. He said we ain't got no like we don't have means to take all of these Mexican immigrants. We don't know what we can do with them at the border. The Haitians came over here, they found the gas to fly them out. And then what did Sheila Jackson do? She said, we're gonna do a study about reparations. How long has people been talking about reparations and y'all still talking about studies? So these supposedly civil rights losers like Jim Clyburn and a bunch of other ones, all they did was march and protest. What the hell does Black Lives Matter in the street do? What does us marching really do? Like all it does is just make us look weak and docile, which we have been for generations. And we need to really wake up and look at it and call it for what it is, because that's what blasphemous to call them leaders or to call them losers, right? Okay, what have they won? All they want is the acceptance of whites to just shut up and kowtow to whatever white agenda. And then whenever they need to whip up votes, it's racism, it's white supremacy. Okay, cool. Why you ain't talking about reparations? Every time they not in Congress, they should be talking about it, right? And they don't need to just only talk about slavery. I just read off the definition of reparation. Why are y'all only focused on slavery? It's been so many injustices, right? Jim Crow, redlining, blockbusting, denial of FHA loans. It's a lot of stuff that's documented. Where's the Congressional Black Caucus at? It's the biggest caucus, but they have the least amount of power. Does that make any sense?
I can explain that.
See, if they wanted to go after redlining and come up with a contract, so to speak, language, legalese language to deal with specific people who have suffered from the redlining, that's something that you can get within a year. If you want to talk about, other forms of discrimination that you can prove, and you you get a lawyer to come up with a class action suit agreement or contract based upon that to bring up cause, bring about this grievance, that's something that can be accomplished within a couple of years. Now you're talking about slavery, when there were so-called people who look like you and I and everyone on this panel, when we were already here on this continent before the first European ever even stepped foot. Now you're going to try to decipher who all was slaves, who all wasn't slaves, who all burned their documents, who all tore up this paper, that's something that's so ambiguous. And that's why the United States of America is not concerned about people talking about reparations for slavery, because they know there's very difficulty to prove who was a slave or who wasn't. It's just these documentaries and in books showing pictures and drawings of people on slave ships. Nothing that no one has ever been able to prove. We are a nation of laws. We are nations of not feelings, but facts and statistics and things that are written down. And these things will have to be brought
We're a
together.
nation of documents.
Exactly. We don't like that because it sounds so insensitive. Because the things
But
that were done to
everybody
some
always go
certain,
back to the Constitution. When anything comes up, they go back to the Constitution, the most
do you know why
profound
they go back to
document.
the Constitution? Because those are the only people, other than the Native Americans. The Native Americans first had a constitution, but that's a different conversation. Now, I digress. But as far as Americans, United States people, that's the only documents that was created. Now, no one can stops anyone from creating their own documents. Now, if ADOS can come together with their own documents and their own class action suit that other people can get behind in other nations and declare themselves a nation like indigenous people in this country did, then other nations can get on board and they will be able to support that. But just going in as a non de jure, it's a French term for non-valid classifications such as black. And another thing, the brother talked about how some people come over here and they're brown skin, but they check white. That is a legal ability for you to do. No one's forcing anyone to call themselves black. You can call yourself white. You can document yourself as white. You'd have to go through a lot of, again, paperwork. We're a nation of paperwork. You have to go through a lot of paperwork. But if you understand that black and white are conditions of status that anyone can name, and the United States Constitution allows this, brothers and sisters. They allows you to classify yourself at home, however you deem, to come from wherever you say you come from. It is possible.
Sister Wanda, we're going to let OG Patrice come in because she had some problems before. So we're going to let her come in and let her say what she got to say and drop something on us. Sister OG, can you hear us?
Hey, yes, Brother Clarence, thank you so much. I didn't hear the last part of your question to the panel. I kind of wanted to speak on when you guys were talking about the whole Israeli
Go ahead.
Palestinian thing, but also the part about the Jewish nation, and I would employ our people to ask the question: who were the true Jews, and what color were they, and where did they come from, and what did they look like? That origin goes all the way back to our motherland, and a perfect example of that is her discovery upon her. Her urethrian, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, African culture that is the actual origin and native of the Jews, and that was Tiffany Haddish. And going back into her history and African ancestry, it goes back. So who those true Jews were look just like you and I, and that's the thing that I think that a lot of us, not knowing and doing our history, and upon my discovery, the best way to find out your lineage is through discovering, and don't go to like 23andMe. Go to African Ancestry, which is what I did. I found out the very tribe I belong to. So that's my lineage, so that I could be able to know that if I was a descendant of slaves, which I was, once I found that out. And also, you again, I said you will qualify under what your forefathers and therefore put on the census as well. That's another way you can find out, because you would be legally documented as a descendant of slaves in order to get the reparations. Now, I think we're getting caught up too much on nations, contracts, and the reasoning in why certain groups or race of people got reparations. Again, I keep employing that is not the only stance that can be used, where we can say people got reparations. People are still getting reparations right now, and it's not because they're a nation, and it's not because they are classified as a group of people or some contract was done. The government has given it to them for various reasons that has nothing to do with them being a nation. I think that the wrong ideas are forced upon us as a people through the very system that we're speaking of now. I agree with Joanna when it comes to certain contracts, certain things of that nature about certain nations, but I think we're getting way off track just focusing only on that. Now, if you want to talk, if you want to call it a contract or call it reparation or what, I don't know. People put names on things, right? For whatever they want to call it, right? It's easy to just stick a label or a name or a title on something. But it is a bill that we're trying to get passed with Congress. It is a very bill, the same bills like things we're trying to get passed that our other counterparts got passed. So if you want to call it a contract that we would want to have with the government, whatever. I'm not going to get caught up in titles and names and labels. I'm just not. I just know because there are two sides to that coin. I just know that what I would employ people to do if they truly want to know who the true Jewish people were, it starts in our own motherland. If you want to know your own true lineage, the very tribe that you come from, do African ancestry where you can do your own, where you can find out your own bloodline, where and who you are kin to from our native motherland. I employ that because I think that would take you on a journey of really finding out who you are, because we have no identity. Everything was taken from us. I learned through my lineage the spirituality that my ancestors studied. I learned the culture that they study, and these are the things that I'm employing in my life right now. And now and it's not so what somebody else said we are.
It's you up against the 5 minute mark. I'm sorry to stop you, beautiful, but it's
I'm done. I'm done.
all right, all right. So we have well, look who here. Look who stopped by. Look who stopped by. What's up, Lee? Good to see you. Glad you stopped by. Salute, brother. Salute. Salute. We have one of them talks y'all have down in Georgia. So if you get a chance, man, if you want to pop up, pop up. If not, I understand, man. Keep it moving. But anyway, always good to see the lead attorney.
Shout out to the lead attorney.
Okay, y'all. So we talked about the Palestinians and the Jews. We talked about the Jewish lineage. Then we talked about, and we got an attorney here. Then we talked about the legalese. Sister Wanda brought up about the legally being able to take over something. But see, this is what I wanted to make. I wanted to make it clear that the only reason why the American government was able to do certain things is because they have the military might to be able to stand behind it, right? They have the military force to be able to force someone to be able to do it. See, just because you have a contract doesn't mean anybody is going to doesn't mean anybody's going to obey it. Doesn't mean all the parties involved are going to obey it, right? It's just like if you go into the jail and the jails, you know, if they're going to start a fight, first thing that people do is go around to all the other groups, the whites, the Asians, or whatever. They say, hey, we about to have something going on over here. It's not nothing personal with y'all. If y'all see it going down, it's not nothing. So don't think we got some of your people over here. This is, we handling this business between ourselves. So, you know, just chill out, because you got to, and if they respect you, they will stay out of it. If not, they may come in. See, but you got to have the what you call it, the force to be able to get people to recognize what you're doing. Just like they would when the people came over here from England, they came over here and they said, hey, we don't want to pay you taxes no more. This is our country. They say, forget that. Well, we got a piece of paper. We all signed this piece of paper. Forget that. You got to go get you some guns and some cannons and some, you know, whatever else you need, because we're coming to go get this land. It's ours. That's what the English is saying to the Americans. So you have to have a military force to be able to back it up. So that goes back to what Brother B. Easy was saying back a long time ago, why the American government spends so much money on military might is because they know, I don't care what document you put out there, if you don't have the force to enforce it, what can you do? So
Brother, I'm so grateful that you brought up the founding fathers. And this is the reason why, Brother Clarence, you're exactly right. They were Americans, but they didn't come here as Americans. They came here as participants of the British Commonwealth of that state. And when the British Commonwealth said, we're going to tax you, they said, hell no. But they didn't just say hell no. They created a contract. The contract is called a Declaration of Independence, something that so-called Black people have never, ever done. They've never said to the universe or God or anyone on paper, signed by all of them, by their constituents, by their leaders, and said, we are an independent nation. That is what the revolutionary people have done. You are so right. When they pushed back on the taxes that the British were trying to enforce without representation, they stood up, not just with words, not just saying, hey, you owe us this, not anything. They said, we are going to stand up. We're going to write it out, who we are, what we're about, and then we're going to militarily back it up. Now, their military was very small. It was just a bunch of random folks at times, but George Washington and others were able to gather those people together to be a strategic fighting force against one of the greatest militaries of all time during that period. But one thing you have to be sure that, yes, they came together militarily, but they also backed it up on paper, saying who they were, saying that we are the United States.
But what I'm saying,
and they said, they did not only say that, they said we declare our independence. It's called the Declaration of Independence. We the people.
I get you, but it doesn't matter what you do on paper if you don't have the military sustenance to enforce what you put.
Well, of course, I'm not defying that. I'm not defying that. I'm saying in concert.
Let me ask a question to Sister
I'm saying in concert. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hold on for one moment. I'm saying in concert with being able to fight, being willing to fight for what you believe in, and also backing it up on paper. That's what the revolutionary founders did. They created what we call the Declaration of Independence. That's the contract. That says this is what we're going to stand on. And now we're going to fight you. Now, see, we're willing to sign paperwork as so-called Black people, but are we willing to fight the United States for our true nationhood, for our true freedom?
Which is okay. I just wanted to ask a question. I want to, and maybe both of y'all can answer.
Wait, Sister OG, let me address that real quick, and then I'll let you answer.
Okay.
Now, the people that fought the British, they were making money off of tobacco. They were making money off of tobacco at the time. So the slavery was very important. It practically financed their ability to be able to fight off. Now, we as Black people, we call ourselves Black, but let me just use for the sake of argument, let me use the legalese term, which is African American. Okay, so those African Americans, we don't have a system of revenue that we can dip into, that we can say, hey, we can go buy weapons and stockpile them up and everything. We can't do that. The only person that was going to help us, the two people that were going to help us do that are dead. And that's Muammar Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein. Those two people were the only ones even opening their mind enough to say, hey, you guys need help against the American government. Minister Farrakhan had to stop Muammar Gaddafi from sending the El Rukns guns.
You're right, and that's why they killed Gaddafi. You're right.
Exactly. So my point is even though you have that document signed, you have to have the money on the other side, just like the Jewish people, to get that nation or that state that they have over there. They were
exactly.
Wait, let me finish. They were promised billions of dollars from the German government. They were promised billions of dollars from the German government. So that's how they were able to go and stockpile all these weapons and be able to defend themselves in this situation, and then make agreements with everybody around. I hear what you're saying, I hear what you're saying, but don't leave
We
out.
just haven't stockpiled support. We haven't stockpiled agreements, and we definitely don't have a military. And this is the only reason. This is the only reason why I say that.
Don't you think that's why what the ADOS people, brothers and sisters, are trying to do? They're trying to put this into a language like similar to what you're talking about.
I do, and you know, and you can never go on any platform and hear me say that what ADOS is trying to do is ridiculous. I never proposed that. I was speaking in a context of in terms of capitalism. And in terms of capitalism, what United States government, so-called corporation, did in forms of capitalism, in form of contracts, is absolutely right. If I create a system, if I create a contract over that system, and I ask you if you want to be a party to it, and you become a party to it, or if I didn't ask you to be a party to it, and you still succumb to being a party to it, you're in a party to it. That is our contractual agreement. I never said it was right or wrong.
Can I ask
there
you,
is no, I don't know what
question. Joanna, maybe you or
yes, ma'am,
can answer, because
yes, ma'am, please speak. Your voice is needed.
I'm trying to what you are talking about. I'm going back to the situation with France and Haiti. So was there a contract when France tried to colonize Haiti? Haiti in turn won the war, but then France made them paid the money back 126 years it took them. I think they just finished paying not too long ago. But was there ever this contract that you're talking about, Sister Ioana or Bro Clarence? I'm not by a computer where I can actually like research that, but I don't know a lot about that history. But I'm trying to think, how could France have done that if it wasn't a contract, tried to colonize that nation? Then they went to war saying, hell no, we're not gonna let y'all do it, we're gonna fight. We fought, we won. But then how in turns did France say, okay, well, if you want to be if you don't want to be colonized, but you're gonna have to pay us via this big tax debt or whatever you want to call it? Was there ever a contract at any point between those two nations? Because I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to have other historians here, and I do not claim to be a historian. So please fact check me. If anyone's in front of a computer, be looking up the things that I'm saying. Come in, jump in, and correct me. But what I'm trying to say is, just like OG Patrice brought up about how the Confederate after the Union won the Civil War, how the slave owners were received reparations or payback or whatever. The payback was for their property. Now, we don't like that term for human beings, but we have to reconcile in our minds that during that time, it was legal. It was not against the law to own people as property. Therefore, when the Union won the Civil War, when the so-called North won the Civil War, they were taken of those people's property. And so because they were warring together, they had to pay them for their property. Now we're going back to what she was just speaking of just now. Yes, the Haitians, the French, regardless if we don't like the term, we don't like the idea of people being property. I get that, but you have to place yourself in those times. You have to, unless none of this is going to ever make sense, people. They were property. And because they stole themselves away.
Who stole themselves
from
away?
The owners, people who now let me finish, my beloved sister. I love all your talking points. But before we argue if people can be owned or
I'm
not,
saying you said they were properties. I want you to be clear on who you saying, so we can follow the breadcrumbs.
The so-called people that we called Haitians were property of those people who were French. Those people were paid. Somebody worked for some money, and gathered that money and gave that energy to other people who had these other people in captivity or who were sold in captivity. Either way, exchanges monetary exchanges were made. You know, it wasn't, oh, I just came and stole these people. No, monetary exchanges were made. Therefore, monetary exchanges have to be rewarded. And that's what
But they didn't
those
own them.
debts from the Haitians. Sister, I get it. God owns us. Nobody can own a human being, but you have to take yourself back to 300 years ago when that was legal. It's not
I know,
legal
but I'm saying
now.
you said
Although
they
it's
owned them, but they didn't. They didn't own Haiti. Haiti was that's a separate nation. They were trying to own them and colonize
not
them.
not until after the battle, not until after the war. They declared themselves free. And like Malcolm X said, if you can you look up his wordage, he says we must declare ourselves a human being. We must declare ourselves a nation here on this earth in this time. Right now, they declared themselves that. And once they declared themselves as free people, they were able to substantiate that. You know, through war, through military battles, and it just wasn't one battle. There were many over many years. You know, relinquish their power over you. You have to fight for that. It's not just paperwork. If I led you to believe it's just paperwork, you're misunderstanding. But you also, like Brother Clarence says, you have to substantiate that with some form of force, a military force.
Right,
Okay,
which is
so
why I was
those two
saying
work in
that's
tandem.
why what was that war called when nation when Haiti fought France? What was that war called? Does anyone
I
know?
don't have a computer with me, but I'm sure Brother.
Okay.
Are you talking about the Haitian Revolution?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's all. I just want to know what it's called. I'm gonna digress on it because I don't want to speak so much on something I don't know a lot about, and I wish somebody of Haitian, our Haitian brothers and sisters could kind of clarify my I just want to understand how how that process happened. Was it an actual contract? Was it an actual contract that was written up, and then there was a breach of that contract? And if so, where did the breach happen? And that caused France to want to colonize Haiti,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
caused
Okay,
Haiti
for
to fight
instance.
for their freedom.
Okay, for instance, are we aware that if you have a family member, say a cousin, OG Patrice, say you have a nephew, and I've heard your background and the things that you spoke of that you were able to afford yourself throughout your years, 401k, different investments and whatnot. I'm sure, OG Patrice, you're aware that you can put a contract out on a relative of yours, say it a nephew, and it's called insurance. You can put insurance on anyone and claim that insurance. They don't have to be a participant in it. They don't have to sign off on it. They don't have to be in agreement. I can put an insurance policy on one of my younger nephews because he's out in the streets. And if he gets killed, and because I got an insurance policy out on him, I can collect on that. Likewise, people who were made captive in so-called slavery. The contract was not between that person. The contract is between the person who gathered them up and sold them and the buyer. And the
I
buyer,
understand
Haiti
that.
had
I
to pay
understand
back the buyer. So I'm answering your question. If you understand it, then that can reconcile what your question is. When you say, well, where's the contract? The contract that the Haitians were paying back to the French was the people who bought slaves, who conquered them. I know you don't like that term. The people who came over to Haiti because the Europeans weren't
Sister
already
Wanda,
there.
please stop saying what I don't like. I never said I didn't like that. Please,
Okay,
please stop
forgive
doing
me.
that.
Okay, I'll make a retraction. I'll make a retraction. Oh, Miss Patrice OG Patrice
No,
did
I'm
not
trying to
say what she
understand,
likes or
sister,
not.
because
But my
listen, you know
point,
why
but my
I'm
point,
trying to
but my but
understand
my
what you're saying, because I think
but my
it speaks
point, but my
volumes.
point is the people who on the landmass called Haiti, different people came over and conquered them. When they conquered them, then they had the right and that time and day, those times, to sell that person or whatnot. And the contract is between the person who conquered them and the other person who wants to buy them. The Haitians, as we know today, had to pay back that debt of who purchased them. Just
Okay.
like the Union in America during the Civil War, even though they were fighting against the Confederacy, they still had, by contract, by law, had to pay them back for what was property, because we
Okay.
were considered property.
I get it. I understand. Again, I don't, again, I'm going to have to digress on it because I don't know in depth all of the history of that, but I do understand your point. I asked the question. So if that is said to be true, and I'll research that to see. But but again, I agree with what Don said. If we're talking about contracts and things of that nature, absolutely, 40 acres and a mule was a contract. Yes, created by our government for the debt that was supposed to be paid to our ancestors, but in turn ended up being paid to the slave master. So that was a wrong of where those funds should have went, as opposed to it should have went back to them, because they end up paying them as well as they did the banking institute and a housing institute and all those things. So I again, I don't want to get caught up on the titles and the labels of it. Whether it be ADOS is, what we're calling that we're trying to get passed is called a contract or a bill or whatever. It is a legal documentation, okay, of what we're trying to get push to pass to Congress to say.
I think
Go
we're all
ahead.
in agreement. I think we're all in agreement that if we can structure it properly, then we should go for it and we should try to get it, because it's, you're right, Sister Juana, that's the Haitians had to pay the French for, a long time after they, even though they won the physical battle, they still had to pay money to the French, right? And so, but who was there? How did the slaves get guns and weapons, and how did they do that? They did that because they were, businessmen, American and other businessmen were financing that situation so that they could do like they did in Havana, Cuba, set up places where they could go to have resorts and this and that and whatever, right? That was the whole point. Is they could get on top of the business community in there and run the business community from behind the scenes. So it didn't work out too good in Haiti because not too many natural resources down there, but
and that's the only reason, not too many natural resources there. That's the only reason why they weren't able to capitalize off of their win.
Exactly. So that's the only reason why they weren't able to, negotiate better deals and everything like that. But that being said, I think we're all in agreement that, hey, if we just get stuck on symbolisms and syntax, when it's just we're all pretty much saying the same thing. Is Sister Wanda, you brought to the light that, hey, and a good point that, hey, you can ask for what you want, but if you don't structure it right, you're probably not going to get it. We get that. I think the ADOS brothers and sisters get that. I think they're doing that too. I think Sister Patrice is just saying, keep your eye on your history, keep your eye on everything, and just it may be a contract, may not be a contract, but that doesn't mean they don't owe what they're supposed to pay.
It's also, let me add this, it's also not just structuring it right. Every revolution, I'll just leave it at revolution. Name a revolution that didn't have any type of bloodshed. You can't name one.
Exactly. And we're asking for a revolution of history without being willing to fight.
That's essentially what I was going to say. And I'm not even advocating for it.
Time out. Hold on, Brother B. Let me just say this real quick. I think we would be more ready to fight if we were more ready. We had uh, weapons and training available for us. I think that is what's holding us back from being able to try to be ready to do. I think we have some brothers and sisters that would pick up the weapon in a minute and try to go against whatever's trying to stop them from getting what's owed to them. So I just want to put that out there. Not like our people are just well.
That would be like Shaka Zulu trying. That would be like Shaka Zulu trying to fight the British, who had the automatic weapons and the cannons with sticks and arrows at this point, brother.
I get it, but that's why I'm saying that's why our people are not jumping in that fight because we don't have the military wherewithal to be able to withstand something like that. To put it. So that's why they and I don't know what we're waiting on. I think we're just trying a bunch of different directions, coming at it from a bunch of different directions. Another thing I wanted to say before I jump off this end, I'm gonna let you finish, Beezy. Our people, just because they weren't unsuccessful, that doesn't mean we should value them any less because they tried and they were unsuccessful. They used a method that was not the best method on the table, but they ran with whatever they thought was the best method. Some of our people got somewhere and some of our people didn't. But we should never disrespect our own people that put their lives on the line for us. We should never disrespect those people. And even if they were successful, even if they wasn't, successful or successful, we should never disrespect those people, because once we start disrespecting our own people, no matter what they try to do to help us, then that opens up the door for us to create this confusion between all of us. And we want to have a solid line. Whether you did it our way or not, well, we doing it this way now. This is how we rolling now, and we want to have a solid line.
Brother, I hope you don't consider me in the category of disrespecting our so-called people.
No.
And just like I think the four of us were in agreement that what Dr. Martin Luther King instituted was not did not really benefit us today or even them at that time. I don't think any one of the four of us will be disrespecting Dr. Martin Luther King for bringing up that what he was trying to do with integration did not benefit us as a so-called people. That's not disrespect. That's just pointing out.
Sister Wanda,
just like with the Haitians, that's not them not getting the full benefit of their war against the French and others is not a disrespect. It's just pointing out, the lack and what was done and what is needed.
Sister Wanda, I never said that you disrespected or Brother B or none of us. I just heard some language that I felt like, we got to just make sure that because I know you guys ain't disrespecting nobody, but there's other people listening to us, and there'll be other people listening to us on the replay, and I don't want them to get the idea that even though our people, we didn't agree with some of the things that they did in the past, and it didn't work, that we're, somehow they don't deserve our respect at all times. So
exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Okay, Brother Be Easy, I interrupted you. I apologize, my brother, and I'm going to let you continue to finish. Please finish, sir.
Okay, yeah. Essentially, what I was saying was there's no successful revolution in history that doesn't have documented bloodshed, and it's not advocating for the bloodshed. But if you're not even prepared to do it, then you're not serious about any type of revolution. Look at what happened on January 6th when they stormed the Capitol. It wasn't no bloodshed, but it was a willingness to go and say, hey, look, this building ain't as protected as y'all think it is. And then also, this is where all of that virtue signaling from the church and prosperity preaching kind of gets on my nerves, and also mainly the Democrats, where keeps pretty much people docile. If you're a legal American citizen,
that part
we love
that
to talk
part.
about documents. right? We've been talking about going all around and around documents. Well, there's a document and it has the Second Amendment. And you know what it says? You have the right to bear arms. I got multiple friends, white friends from Boise, Idaho, out here in California. Wouldn't bust a grape at a fruit festival. You know how many guns they got? Over 30. My boy just bought his son a gun. He's 6 years old. They're out there hunting for in Boise. They're hunting moose, caribou, all types of stuff. They're not out there on no militant stuff. But if something jump off, they already know how to shoot, right? Like you don't necessarily need to be military minded to pick up arms, right? Why don't you exercise your right as an American citizen to go get some guns? And people are, I don't like guns, and they talk about some scary incident that happened. My uncle was killed by a gun. That's even more of a case for you to have one, right? If your uncle was killed by a gun, now you don't want to have a gun. Like your Bible ain't gonna save you. And then don't you want to be able to protect your family, your community to the fullest extent? Pookie and Ray Ray out there running around with 50 rounds. And what are you going to, that Bible ain't going to save it. I'm going to meet Pookie. I'm going to exchange some fire with Pookie. It ain't just going to be no walk in the park. But see, the whites, they're willing to, they understand this. With us, we got all of these, they want to say, oh, we want to ban assault rifles. What the hell is an assault rifle? Any gun is an assault gun. And more guns, more crimes get committed with handguns. Have you ever heard them say they want to ban handguns? So all they want to do is just disarm our community, and we sign up right for it. Yeah, let's vote Democrat. Yeah, let's take our guns. And then meanwhile, they want to talk about, oh, look at the murder rate in Chicago and Oakland and St. Louis. But then y'all want to defund the police and take the guns? Like, come on, right? We need to be policing ourselves. I can't police you with a Bible. But if I'm walking around with an AK like the Black Panthers, you're going to listen to me a little bit more. You're going to think about destroying the community a bit more. We got to get out and like, not to think like this, but we need to think in these terms. I told you about race, right? And no one wants to finish last in the race. If we were to have some sort of race war right now, we would get obliterated. First of all, we don't have enough guns, and then we're not even organized. And then we didn't already killed a bunch of each other. So they like, oh, damn, let's just let them kill, let's let them kill each other before we even send in the infantry. And that's just their first wave, right? So we just assist in them. And then all of these other rights people wanted from, I have the freedom of speech, right? That's an inalienable right. Right after the freedom of speech, it say you got the right to bear arms. But people just skip over that. You think freedom of speech is inalienable, but you think your right to bear arms is not? It also says something about a well-regulated militia. When they had the revolution in America, them dudes wasn't soldiers. They was farmers and former slave owners that was like, hey, we ain't giving up our slaves without a fight. They wasn't soldiers, bro. They wasn't. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we got in this mentality that we have to be military minded. No, you got to be organized and disciplined. That don't require you to be some military corporal or anything like that. And you need to get your head in the game and exercise your rights, as a human. We talk about, oh, they said we were 3/5 of a human. Okay, well, stop acting like if you are fully a human, right? You think that the whites ain't supreme to you, then go get guns like they're getting. Go get loans like they getting. It don't mean that you ain't gonna be denied. It don't mean that they're not gonna make a hurdle. They gonna keep making hurdles for us. And you know what we do? We strengthen our legs and jump over it. And then they gonna raise the hurdle again. And then we gonna strengthen our mind and jump over it. They gonna keep raising the hurdle. I don't want to hear, I can't get a gun because of racism. Like that, because of racism is the reason why you should get a gun. And if you serious about your revolution,
brother, let me get in on this.
Go ahead.
No,
let me back you up. Let me back you up. Let me back you up, brother. Is it Bazizi? Is that right?
Be easy.
Be easy. Let me black you up. I'm sorry, Sister OG Patrice. I know you want to get in on this.
Go ahead. No,
I totally agree. If you consider yourself called black and you do not have a felony or any kind of charges, it is your a so-called United States right to go and get you. I don't call them weapons. You gotta call it what they call it. They call it arms. The Second Amendment, arms. Every person has a right to arm themselves. You got to call it that. You got to call it what they say in the contracts. Don't call it a gun. Don't call it a weapon. Don't call it a pistol. Call it arms. Now, you get yourself some arms. I have arms. I have 2 arms in my vehicle with me right now. I am afforded those 2 arms because I have not been convicted of any so-called felonies in this so-called corporation of the United States of America. Now, but he is exactly right. You have the right to protect yourself under the rights of the Constitution. And what does the Constitution say? Patrice can tell you about it. If you do not have a felony, but once you have a felony, you become an automatic slave in this so-called corporation. You become a slave, but you don't have to become a slave. We weren't slaves when they got here. We don't have to be slaves when they leave here. You can have all of that and more. And contracts do matter. And we can do this. As far as ADOS is concerned, now I will say this. They talked about bringing up a bill to the Congress. The Congress is the United States corporation, the same people who put you in slavery. So bringing a bill to them may not be the highest form of retribution that we can, try to seek. It has to be something. Well, this is the reason why I say we have to name ourselves. We have to make our own. What they did, what the colonists did against the British, they declared. It's called the Declaration of Independence. They declared themselves free. You don't go into somebody else's house talking about you free to do whatever you want to do, or you free to collect whatever they didn't give you because you was there. You have to declare yourself an independent, separate nation. I know Sister OG Patrice talked about how she's not into that nation stuff, but this is how the colonists were able to do that during the Revolutionary War. They couldn't go in there saying, yes, we're British citizens and we ain't gonna take your shit. No, they stepped away from Britain. They stepped away from it with paperwork, and then they stepped away from it with their own might. If ADOS wants to go into to get some kind of reparations, they cannot go into it under what the United States classifies them as slaves or black, and say, now give us something under your contract that's going to benefit us. No, they have to come outside of that contract, outside of the so-called nation of the United States, and say, we are separate from you. We've always been separate from you. You bought us or you stole us, but we're claiming ourselves. Like Malcolm X says, we claim ourselves. Like the revolutionists said, we claim ourselves independent of you. Now, are they willing to claim themselves separate from the United States? If you're not willing to do that, then what you're going to get is what they call more programs and amendments and what they call civil rights under their contract. You have to come out of their contract and say, no, we're no longer a part of your contract. We're no longer part of the United States. This is what the South did when they succeeded before the revolution, before the Civil War. They said, we're not a part of y'all. Oh, and then there was some pushback. But they said, no, we're not a part of y'all. They recognized that they had to be separate from them first. If they wasn't even separate from them, the Union wouldn't even pay them reparations after the South lost. It was because they were separate nation against another nation. Right now, so-called black people going along with ADOS are saying, yes, we're in your contract, we're in your nation, but we want to force you to pay a debt. You can't force the person in the house to pay a debt to the person who came into the house. Okay, and let me finish there.
All right. Now I want to clear up something that Brother B.
Okay, I just want to respond.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, sister.
It's gonna be short and quick. I agree with Brother Be Easy on our people, and like we really need to become self-aware. and self-knowledge of who we are as a people. And you're right, there was no revolution without bloodshed. And that is the problem with our people. We are not willing. We talk a lot of talk, but we're not willing to take the arms up and fight for what we believe in, just like all those many others before us that had to do. So I agree. Arm yourselves. We have to come out of the mindset of, being afraid of guns. I am a gun owner, licensed to carry, certified. I go to the gun range. I get trained to learn how to handle the weapon properly, learn how to shoot properly. As a woman, we could do this within our households the same way our white counterparts. I want us to get out of the mindset. We're so closed-minded and conditioned to the things that, of course, has conditioned us, the system that has conditioned us to be afraid, or to not think that we don't deserve to be gun owners within our rights. Definitely, if you are not a person that has a felony conviction, more than likely you will qualify that. I employ our people to do that. I employ our people. And Sister Joanna, I didn't say that I wasn't for nations. I said I'm not going to subscribe to all the titles that we have been given. But I'm saying, as a community, as a people, if you do not rock under certain constructs as somebody else, I'm saying be an ally for your people. At least do that. And I do see that in you, Sister Joanna. And I understand your points about nations and things of that nature. That may be something that I can go to ADOS and address when we have our panel meetings, and when we have different, like, hey, how can we maybe get more ironclad clad things. If we do it right according to the way these people did it, maybe it will benefit us more. What do you think? What are your these are things that, and ideas that I can bring to the table? Absolutely. But everything has to make sense for the time that we in now. If we don't ask Congress for it, who are we going to ask for it? Was it not Congress and the government that paid to the other counterparts? So we have no choice in that matter to present it to those that is supposed to be presented it to, in order to, in hopes of that the bill get passed. So again, call it reparations, call it a contract, call it whatever you want to call it. I love that we had this conversation, because it brings other ideas and things to the table that I can present to ADOS. And hopefully it has opened the minds of people that absolutely was totally against reparations and totally against what ADOS stands for and what it's about. At the end of the day, I am for my people, and I want to see all of us be able to come up. There is no way we should live in a nation where we have poor people of any race, but specifically the Black population and the veterans. There's just no way. We live in the richest nation. And that's the end of my conversation. I want to see equality. And I'm not saying everybody got to be wealthy. Please, I think we take those things out of context. I know everybody is not going to be wealthy. I know everybody's not going to be business owners. But if you don't have that equality to stand on, I'm saying that there's no reason why people living in the United States of America that should be impoverished and living in poverty. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate it. Everybody has such good points today. Brother Be Easy, the only thing you said that I gotta straighten out is, you said that no blood was shed on the January 6th insurrection, and unfortunately, brother, there were 6 people that actually lost their lives, and I think about 90 that were actually injured in that situation, brother. So that's the only thing. Everything else was spot on, brother, spot on. So I appreciate everybody coming by. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna ask one last question, and then we're gonna shut it down from there. We're gonna let everybody go about and have their day. So I'm gonna ask the 3 of you, what did you learn from somebody else on the panel today? What did you learn, Brother Be Easy, from somebody else on the panel today?
Let me see what I learned. Most of the stuff that was spoke on, I kind of knew it was just a different perspective, but what I did uh, learn, I wouldn't necessarily say that I learned it, but what I could say of what I appreciate different perspectives, whether I agree or disagree. And then sometimes you have to kind of pause on your disagreement, right? Because when the person ends up speaking or when they fully complete their statement, you almost agree, right? And they may be essentially saying the same thing as you from a different vantage point, or to them they viewed it, in a different manner, but essentially it's kind of the same thing. So I learned to just or I could appreciate people disagreeing respectfully, and nobody agrees with anybody 100% of the time. That's really what I want to say, right?
Right.
There's things where uh, there's like a little pushback that you can give. See, but we sometimes the pushback is not even necessarily a disagreement, right? Because sometimes I push back to further along the conversation
Yeah,
or
man.
to get more context. But we are dealing with our community. Sometimes somebody could raise their voice and they may be impassioned, but it could come off as aggressive, right? Somebody could interject something respectfully, but then it may come off as disrespect because they cut you. You know what I'm saying? So I think what I could appreciate is that people are respecting your platform, brother Clarence, respecting your time limits. Even if we go over a little bit, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Even a little bit or a lot of bit, when it's important, substantive conversations, it's okay, right? Because too many times it's just people be on here bickering with no time limits and of no substance. So just to have some sort of control, or at least basically a foundation of control. It gives someone something to adhere to and then respect. So I could just appreciate the difference in contrarian views. But people, I just want to bring home that point, bro, that you don't need to agree with somebody the majority. I mean, most of the times people do agree the majority of the time, but it's just the disagreements that they don't. And you can get into the percentages or whatever. Some people may agree with you 90% of the time, but that 10% will be a deal breaker, right? But 90%, anything over 50, that's pretty profound, right? Even lower than that, right? You got to really think like what is an appropriate number to agree with somebody. 50%, 75%, you know what I mean? And then do you really want a world of yes men? How could
Right.
iron sharpen iron with everybody agreeing all the time?
I don't. I don't. That's why I love y'all, man. I love y'all. Y'all will be like, hey, brother Clarence, I love you. I ain't seen you. And y'all will come and kick my butt. You know what I mean? I love y'all, man. I don't want nobody come up here just to be like, hey, Clarence, I mean, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I mean, it gets sickening, man. That's why I don't watch certain channels, because that's all they do is they say, oh, we don't censor anybody, but the only people that come up with people that, kiss the host butt. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
confirmation bias.
yeah, I appreciate y'all, all of y'all, man. Thank you, brother Be Easy, for stepping up. I appreciate you, man. I'm going to put you down, man, because I'm going to, after this little go around here, we're gonna shut it down, and I'm gonna say my closing remarks, and then I'm gonna shut it down, brother. I appreciate you though for coming up here. You hear? You always welcome, right?
Yeah, no, it's all good. I appreciate you. Shout out to the panel, OG Patrice, Joanna, and bro Clarence. Oh yeah, drop your email one more time in the back chat so I can hit you up. And
Got
then
you, brother.
yeah, it was a dope stream. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too,
You
brother.
too,
You too.
Bees. Salute to you,
Thank
All
you.
right.
brother.
All right. So hold on, Be Easy. I'm gonna drop you down, but don't leave. I'm gonna put in this back chat. What my email. Okay. Sister Iwana, you here? And
Yes, sir.
is there anything that you were able to learn or discern from anything that was said on the panel?
I learned from you, Brother Clarence, about Sister Claudette. Is it Clovine?
Yes, Colvine.
Covine.
Yes.
Now I was aware that sister the first sister who we all know
Rosa Parks.
was the one Rosa Parks was the one who got a lot of the accolades about that. But what a lot of people weren't aware of, which I did know, was that it was a whole system that way before Rosa Parks, where other females were trying to ride the so-called, segregated bus and wasn't allowed. And Sister Claudette, I didn't know her name, but I knew that there was someone before Rosa Parks. And I was grateful that you spoke about that. And I guess to piggyback off of what brother Be Easy was saying, was that I just have a great amount of appreciation to what the brother brought and to what Sister OG Patrice brought to the table, offering more clarity, and you offering more clarity of what we mean when we say certain things, and pinpointing it down. For instance, one of the things that she was saying was that the true Jews were the people of that land. That's what I was communicating when I said what the pushback was between the Palestinians and the so-called Israelites today who are over there in the Israel state. The pushback is that those aren't the people whose mamas and grandmamas and great grandmamas weren't born there. Those Jews, majority of them, were European Jews. And so that's not something that I learned, but something that I appreciate, that continues to reverberate through the conversation. Those Jews that are there today were not, and that's what the Palestinians are pushing back against. They say they don't have any entitlements to the land. The other side of that argument is the Palestinians did not make a contract for the land, whereas those so-called Jews who have the land now did, and they got other people to sign off on it. Anybody can make a contract. Anybody can put an insurance out on anybody and collect from that. Anybody can make a contract. And so I'm appreciative that type of knowledge has come to the forefront of the so-called listeners on your channel. And brother, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you and grateful for your channel. I'm so very proud of you for these types of conversations. And I'll just let it go at that, okay? And God bless you. God keep you. To you and the panelists, OG Patrice, you have all my love and respect. To Mr. Be Easy, much love and respect. Just now hearing your name and voice. And to the chat, don't ever forget about, in these conversations, we forget about the chat. The chat is where it's at. The chat has so much information and knowledge. We have to continue to keep them in our conversations. Take a couple minutes and see what the chat is saying, in between the panels discussing, because I come from the chat. I'm about the chat. Don't forget the chat.
Salute, sis.
Don't forget the chat. I know it's hard. I don't have a platform, so I can't say I know how to do what you do, but don't forget the chat. The chat is so important. God bless the chat. Power to the people. Amen. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, Sister Juana. As always, appreciate you. Much love and respect go out to you.
Absolutely.
We don't always agree, but we always have fun with each other. We always have fun when she comes in the building. Sister Patrice, what is it that you felt that you may have learned from being on the panel today? What you pick up?
Listen, bro, Clarence, listen, thank you so much. Your panel is so necessary because it will feed into our people that want to learn, that want to grow, that want to know about history. Again, I keep repeating, if we don't know where we've been, we surely won't know where we're going. And if we don't know our history, we will be doomed to repeat it. It's so prevalent, it's so important. And I employ for those that have ears to listen and all that have eyes to truly see, and see with the third eye, because sometimes it is beyond the vision of the two eyes we were born with. Thank you, Bro Clarence, for the things that I learned today. The conversation you and Joanna and Be Easy had about Israel and Palestine. I know very little about it, but I definitely know that everything is always about land right? It's about the
Yeah.
land. It's about, it's about oil over there. It's about, a people, a race of people that, according to the laws of the land of what was promised to them by our Creator. But also, I learned, that specific situations, and I'm going to look more into the whole France and Haiti thing, because I don't like to speak too much on what I don't know, but just the things that some things that Sister Yuana brought up, about contracts and about nations and things like that. I didn't want to get too much caught up in those titles, but if those things were prevalent for our people, then that's a conversation that I can absolutely go to ADOS with and say, should we look into this?
Right.
Should this something we should be subscribing to? Because let's be real, I wouldn't have a problem with any of our people wanting to be a sovereign nation, wanting to be separate, because like one thing I learned that I do agree, and I think we all agree, that to some shape, form, or fashion, that integration might have not have been the greatest thing for our people. I think it caused us more harm than it helped us. So I learned that as well today. So I thank you for allowing me to come on your platform as always and speak and give my views and opinions. And I respect and appreciate those of others, even though I also don't have to necessarily agree 100%, but I want us to have a common ground and be on accord with one thing. It is, and that is for our people to progress. Period.
Yeah. I think we all on the same page with that. Thank you, Sister OG Patrice. I appreciate you for stopping by. You're always welcome. And so, you can come here anytime. I ain't going to do you like the lead attorney, how you sitting there for 2 hours back there to say hi. And then
I know. Yes. Shout out to the lead attorney.
Shout out to
Shout out to the lead.
Shout out to lead attorney. Hey, watch this. Go, and all of you guys that's in here now, go sign up for the lead attorney. Hey, you see, I even shout out his platform. Hey, go sign up for the lead attorney.
Right, bro, class. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Sister Patrice, I'm gonna put you down because I'm gonna give my closing remarks here. And then,
okay. Also, I want to say shout out to the panel. Man, I think Sister Yewana is right. The panel is important. Their questions, their point of views, their perspectives are also important. So I thank you that you bring those questions, you bring those things up so we can see them and talk about them and address them. So shout out to the panel. I think we are an intelligent people. I think we are. Our bottom line is we want to see our people rise up. So shout out to your panel.
Yes, shout out to all of y'all. Y'all always very respectful.
And your chat. The chat is where it's at, as Juwana say.
Everybody in the chat, man.
Right. That part. I meant the chat. I was saying the panel, but I was talking about the chat with their questions and the perspective. So I'm sorry. I meant to chat with that. So yeah, thanks.
And everybody. All right, Sister Patrice, I appreciate you. I'm gonna put you down. Sister Wanda, what happened? Are you trying to get back on the panel? Are you trying to say something else? I don't want to stop you from saying something.
No, sir. No, sir. You're doing good. I just like listening to the end. I like being on the panel until the show closes if I can, but I have nothing more to add. Sister Patrice, Sister OG Patrice said it remarkably, and Brother Be Easy said it remarkably, and I'm just waiting on here to hear your closing remarks.
Okay. I'm gonna put you down so I can do the closing remarks. All right, y'all. Y'all saw it firsthand. What do y'all think? How did Brother Be Easy? Was he solid? He was solid. What about Sister Patrice? Was she solid? She was solid. Sister Wana, was she solid? As always, solid. Sister OG Patrice and Sister Wana, both of them are always solid. Yeah, well, Be Easy too. Be Easy's always solid too. So another solid performance by everybody. It was a lot, very respectful. We pushed back on each other, and we agreed to disagree at some points. And though, what I learned. Let me tell you what I learned. I learned from Sister Wanda that I looked at it from another lens. She's right about the paperwork. You pretty much, if you want one nation to look at you a certain way, or a corporation or whatever, you have to have some documents that specifically identify you. I agree with that, and I picked that up from her. Brother Be Easy, he said so much. Oh my gosh, man, it was like, what well, I was trying to keep up with him. I couldn't keep up with him, but basically he was showing me that, man, you know what I mean. You got to stay studied up. You got to stay studied up, because if you're not studied up, you're gonna miss something. We got to stay studied up and keep our keep within our studies so that we can address certain issues from different directions. Sister OG Patrice, she came in with the fire, saying, "Hey, I'm for my people. I don't care what you call it, a contract, a piece of paper. You wrote it on a napkin. I'm with the business for my people." And I think all of us are. I think all of us were, but I think we were just, it was the semantics that was getting us all caught up, which is a lot of times what happens in the black community. We get caught up on semantics, right? We get caught up on the semantics of different situations instead of the actual reality of what's going on. You know what I mean? But still, we were all very respectful. Everything was all respectful. Nobody's hollering and screaming at each other. Because y'all know I don't do that over here, man. I will shut the whole program down if it gets to that point, right? I ain't gonna let nobody disrespect nobody over here. So, but anyway, shout out to everybody. Thank y'all for stopping by. We appreciate y'all. Like I said, I just got the email from the guest. He said he got stuck out somewhere with his family, so he wasn't able to join on. So maybe we'll get him next week or sometime in the future. Next week I'm gonna try to have Chaotic Truth come back, and we're gonna go at it again and try to figure out where he's coming from with some of these ideas that he got. You know what I mean? I love the brother, but I just don't agree with him on most of what he says. But he's a very respectful young man, so I like that fact that he's able to articulate himself, and even though he stands so far apart from what most of us think about the situation here in America for Black people. Anyway, everybody did a great job. Chat, panel, everybody did a great job. Makes it all worth it to do this every week. And y'all, please help me. If y'all think somebody else, I remember Daryl brought up Henrietta Lacks. Y'all could think of any other person I need to do an illustration on in the Black History Minute. Tell me. Somebody in the news, somebody in Hit Parade, let me know. We will do it. And I will see y'all on the next live stream. Oh, salute to the lead attorney for stopping by. Appreciate him. Salute to Sister Inya. Salute to whoever else was in the chat. Sister Inya, Uncut with Daryl Long, One Community, Brother Willie Dean. Let's see. Malcolm Coley. Brother B Easy was on the panel. D Hen. Trey Lincoln. We just go through this chat real quick and see who else was here. And I appreciate everybody. I think we got everybody. Appreciate everybody. Thank y'all for stopping by. We probably have another live stream on Tuesday or Thursday. Yeah, Tuesday or Thursday. And then, we'll resume, regular scheduled programming on Sunday. So anyway, until we see y'all again, thank y'all for stopping by, and I'll see y'all later. Peace.